Okay, I will call the meeting to order, City Council, Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100% with Councillor Jolly on virtually attending. I need a motion to adopt the agenda. And for those of you who are paying attention to the agenda or following along, we do have a public hearing scheduled for 1:15. I've had a legal opinion that we might start that a little bit later. We're not pushing it up, so there's no no prejudice against anybody attending, but we might start it a little bit late. And that reason is we're going to reorder the agenda, which I don't need a motion for. It's not an amendment, it's just a reordering. We're going to put 10.1, which is a council motion given by Councillor Jolly to withdraw from Edmonton Global. We'll do that right away so that those who are here to speak to that can speak and head out so they don't have to stick around to after the public hearing. We also have some other presentations. I just want to check who's in the room before I get going. Oh, let's do the adoption of the agenda. Go ahead, Councillor McKay.
Thank you. That the November 5th, 2024 agenda be adopted as presented.
Call for the vote.
Sorry, Mayor, is that as amended?
It's not as amended. It was just reordered. So sounds like Councillor Broadhead's Granicus isn't working. Okay, so he's a positive, but and who are we waiting for? Just Wes? Okay. Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. So two things off our agenda, attendance and adoption. It's always nerve-wracking when there's another mayor in the room to see how I chair a meeting. Okay, so I have some registered speakers that are outside of the public hearing. So Leanne McCabe, is Leanne with us? Seeing no Leanne.
Excuse me,
she's
Mayor,
a
she's
virtual-
online.
Awesome. Okay, Leanne, we'll get you right away. Greg Harvey, is he virtual or is he
Should be virtual as well.
virtual? Okay. And Mustafa on the hookah lounges, is he virtual? Mustafa, are you there? Oh, I should recognize you. Okay, so we have those to speak after the Edmonton Global, and then we will get into the public hearing. So I do have Annette, Frank, Enzo, Malcolm, Simon, and Kristen, all registered to speak to the Edmonton Global motion. Are you all speaking or are you just here to attend? Okay, so who's speaking? Frank and Annette. Okay. I'll get you guys to come to the microphone. I believe so.
How's that? Better? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting us here today. We always appreciate the opportunity to talk to a council. Recently, we were with our various shareholders at our mid-year update, but we do appreciate the opportunity to engage directly with you. We know that in the past year or so, we've heard that many councils have felt a bit disconnected from our board at Edmonton Global, and we hope today helps improve that. So I'm Frank Manarino. I am a board member of Edmonton Global for the last year and a half or so. My day job is I'm SVP of Water Services with EPCOR. And I'm going to turn it over to my board colleague, Annette, here to introduce herself.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Annette Trimby. I'm a relatively new board member of Edmonton Global. My day job is as president and vice chancellor of MacEwan University. And I am a St. Albert resident. This is my first time in Chambers. And so I was concerned when I heard about the motion to potentially withdraw. I will say I am quite a booster of Edmonton Global, in part because in my former role as Deputy Minister of Advanced Education and Technology, I often went around with ministers, post-secondary leaders, and business leaders to also all sorts of places all over the world to talk about how incredible Edmonton, how incredible Alberta were. And it dawned on me that to be competitive, you really have to take a regional approach. So I'm a big believer in working collaboratively together. So I'm hoping for good things in my time with Edmonton Global. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Annette. So we're going to go through a very brief slide presentation and just going to make some overview comments around Edmonton Global and St. Albert in particular. So I want to start by saying St. Albert has been an important contributor and supporter of regionalism. The key work that Mayor Herron has done in the past to support the MRRB through the growth plan really played a key role in building the foundation for Edmonton Global. And St. Albert, over the period of time that Global has been around, has been a strong supporter of the original mandate that we were given. Just a couple of facts and figures for you. Since 2018, Edmonton Global has supported about 47 investments into the region, $4.8 billion, and created about 5,000 direct jobs. And the benefits of that investment, we believe, have flowed throughout the entire region. The momentum that we built in attracting investment into the region, we believe, raises St. Albert's profile and attractiveness. Since inception, since Edmonton Global's inception, there's been about 76 opportunities that St. Albert has participated in. These are opportunities that have been shared with your economic development team from various sources, including Edmonton Global, Invest Alberta, Invest in Canada, various site selectors, etc. Many of the opportunities have been in the agriculture and food manufacturing area. Currently, St. Albert is one of 3 areas shortlisted for a manufacturing opportunity in the Lakeview Business District. That, if it goes, will be an $800 million investment covering 300 acres and 3,000 full-time positions. So pretty significant. Your economic development team is well aware of this potential investment and has worked with us to meet with the company. We've worked with federal and continue to work with federal and provincial governments on the opportunity, and I've also met with the company. Just a couple of comments around global trade. So Edmonton Global is positioning at the Edmonton metropolitan region as a player in global trade. And we are looking to connect our local businesses with opportunities across the world and vice versa, of course. Our goal is to build long-term partnerships, support innovation, and grow and diversify our economy. And we're focusing on growing local businesses. In the first 6 months of this year, 5 outbound trade missions occurred, including to the UK, the UAE, and the United States. And there's been various St. Albert companies that have benefited from this work and the networks that we've built through this global trade work that we do. Now, with respect to opportunities for St. Albert, just want to point out a couple of things. So first of all, we, Edmonton Global, believe that there's a lot of potential, as you do, in the Lakeview Business Park. And there is really broad alignment between the areas that we think the region can be competitive in, specifically agribusiness, clean tech, health and life sciences, transportation and logistics and manufacturing, and that business park. And we're really confident that we can play a role in supporting your economic development and working with your economic development team to ultimately achieve the split that you're looking for in terms of residential and non-residential tax income in St. Albert. Global's ability to leverage our various relationships across various areas like the Trade Commissioner Service, Invest in Canada, Invest in Alberta, will help St. Albert achieve that goal over time. And just recently, Mayor Herron attended an Ottawa mission and met with foreign embassies, specifically the UAE and Korea. So want to talk a little bit about...
Sorry, that was your 30-second warning. Okay.
All right. So we've got a video for you of the Lakeview drone, a drone video of the Lakeview Business Park. Should we show it or?
Yeah, you know what? We know exactly
Okay,
where it
you know
is
about
and we've
that?
seen it.
Great.
Yeah, I just don't want you to
Yeah.
waste your time. Yeah,
Yeah, no problem. I'll turn it over to Annette to just make some closing comments then.
thanks.
Okay, I just want to stress that there is a lot of power in regionalism. When we approach investors as a unified region, we compete with larger, well-funded metropolitan areas on a global scale. Alone, St. Albert would struggle to attract this scale of investment, and this is the type of investment that St. Albert needs. Together, the Edmonton metro region is seen as a single, vibrant economic force with diverse offerings. And I will say, I'm a new resident of St. Albert and I really like it. I find St. Albert incredibly livable. The green spaces, the market, the availability of everything, and the drive home from downtown is inspiring for me. So when we get investors investing in the region, you will get a lot of people wanting to live here. And I want to stress that Mayor Heron, because of this involvement, you have the opportunity to interact with investors and trade commissioners. And just this week at the State of the Province, Premier Daniel Smith also commended the region on its collaborative spirit and ability to work together. When municipalities send the message that they might withdraw, it creates a perception of instability, suggesting that the region lacks a unified approach. And I might also add, in my past career, I also worked in Winnipeg at a university and participated in regional development, and Edmonton was its envy. So you have a great reputation across the country. And this reputation is not something that we want to let slide. So I really hope that you see the benefits of being a part of this, because when others in the region win, we all win. And if we don't stand together, we risk losing what Edmonton Global is offering. And I can tell you firsthand, when you go around the world, working as a region is incredibly important. As the president and vice chancellor of MacEwan University, I'm here for you too. You have about 775 students that get to MacEwan downtown every day. You probably have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 alumni living here in St. Albert. So together we are strong. We have a strong post-secondary system. We have incredibly talented people. And I think St. Albert has a real draw. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any questions of the presenters? Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Yeah, just two quick questions. So my first is just about, I'm trying to get your thoughts about Strathcona County, Sturgeon County, City of Fort Saskatchewan, Devon, and Parkland County providing notice, and kind of what you think the message is from those notices to leave.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question.
I think you just thought,
Repeat that.
what are your thoughts about the
Oh.
fact that those four?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and we can, we're definitely concerned about those municipalities exiting, because ultimately what it does do is it puts strain on our funding. And by putting strain on our funding, it'll reduce the number of activities that we can take on to support the growth of the region, to market the region, and ultimately all the municipalities in the region will feel that impact, and it will not be a positive impact. As you know, government funding is tough to come by already. And we know that if individuals step out of the mix, it will put strain on other municipalities that remain in the mix, because ultimately you're faced with a difficult choice: fund more funding for Edmonton Global, and this discussion is ongoing right now with the shareholders. It hasn't been resolved, or forsake potentially some activity that will lead to economic growth. So I hope that helps, Councillor Jolie.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think I was clear. So what I was kind of getting at is,
Okay.
Do you feel like Edmonton Global could have done something differently, or are they looking to do something
okay.
differently, kind of based on all of those organizations saying that they're no longer a fit?
Yeah, okay, sorry, that's a different question, but thanks for asking it. Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, we've spent the last year or so with a special working group trying to understand the disconnect between ourselves, the obvious disconnect between ourselves and the shareholder group. And what we've discovered through that review is that we need to do a better job of directly engaging with councils, directly working with the players in the municipalities to get our message across, to get some better two-way communication. And we've made a number of changes already, including having shareholder representatives act as observers on our board meetings to provide a better link back to the shareholders directly. Mayor Boersma is one of those that's been doing that. And there's a number of other changes that we're contemplating, including how we provide you information, how we support you in the economic activities or economic development activities that you're undertaking. So the answer would be yes. And there's a really long list of things that we're trying to do to make it better.
That's great. Thank you. And then my last question is just about the funding. So, excuse me, St. Albert's fee kind of started at about $24,000 in 2017, and it's expected to go up to almost 300 next year. So are you able to comment on that? And kind of just that's a huge increase over that period of time.
Yeah, so the only comment I'll make, and maybe I think Annette wanted to jump in here, but is that we are still looking at the impact of people potentially withdrawing and what that means to the fee structure for the municipalities that remain. There's a number of options on the table, including a no change to a municipality's fee option and reduced activity for Edmonton Global. That might not be one that we might recommend, but it's certainly on the table, all the way to redistributing the amount of money that is lost by people exiting amongst the remaining municipalities, which would result in a few percentage increases in your fee. So yeah, it's a very live debate for us, but I'll maybe turn it over to Annette to comment as well.
Yes, I just wanted to add two things. And first, in response to your first question, I had the opportunity to be part of that conversation with everybody last week. And what struck me is some of the members are really saying, we need you to understand our differences better. You need to understand how we have lots in common, but we have different attributes and different aspirations. And so I understand that to mean when Edmonton Global works collectively on our priorities, that we also have to speak to the members, the shareholders, about how the priorities align and be a little more flexible. That was one thing. And then I want to note that this is a long game. It takes a long time. So I encourage you to see that as an investment. Yes, it has gone up, but it will pay definitely over time. And there are a lot of direct and indirect benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councillor Romanski, you have a question? Go ahead.
I do. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your coming to council today. The question I have is well, I guess it's 2 years ago, we had a vote on this already, exiting Edmonton Global, and then we thought, well, we'll just see how things go, and communication actually got worse over that time. And so now you're improving, and now we're mentioning Lakeview, now that that's another area to work on. But why the 2-year exit plan for people? Because it makes it very, very difficult to know what's going to happen in the future. And then people are leaving and coming back. And if there was a standard, I guess, sales pitch, on a regular basis from Edmonton Global, probably those exits may not have happened. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, great question. So I believe, and I might ask Malcolm to comment on this, because neither Annette nor I have been massively long on the board, is that the reason we have a 2-year exit plan is because we're trying to maintain some stability for the organization in terms of funding and activity. And if people could exit, so to speak, at a drop of a hat, it would really negatively impact the organization's ability to respond to that. So there is some understanding that there is an exit mechanism, as you know, but some time is required for our organization to basically adjust what it's doing, and that time is 2 years. Now, you are correct. There has been situations where people have indicated their intention to exit and then have reversed course, which also creates a bit of a wave. But we, to this point, have behaved as if no one's exiting. We're still treating everybody as if they're still in the mix. But maybe Malcolm, I see, is ready to answer, so you can probably add more context.
So thank you very much. So CEO of Edmonton Global, the construct of which we operate under now was designed by the shareholders when we first stood up. There was no board, there was no management team or anything. So this was, they felt, would provide some stability to the organization, because there was a recognition amongst the political leadership of the day that deals don't happen overnight, and particularly on the transformational side. So they wanted to give stability to the organization to adjust as required, as mentioned by Frank, to be able to deliver the outcomes that we were mandated to do. So that was the original intent of the 2 years. It wasn't meant as a system that people would be, cashing it in and withdrawing it, which is caused more instability than it was originally intended to. So that's why the board's looking at that with the shareholders now. Thank you.
Okay, and when the first groups, gave you that intent to exit, why did you not come forward with stronger communication right at the get-go.
Okay, I'll jump in on that one. So as soon as those groups started to exit, we formed the task force. The task force that did communicate with councils, and then I think you've attended one now, Simon, board meeting, and wrote a very detailed report on that board meeting, which I forwarded to council. I would argue that the communication is better, not worse.
Mayor Heron, I was questioning the exits that were prior to the most recent ones, some that have left and come back already.
That would be a question that was years ago. I would say that Mornville and Parkland had that, but it was quite a while ago. I was saving these comments for debate, but this recent notifications from those municipalities has, in my opinion, actually been a good thing, because it has sparked some very good changes in governance and funding and conversations and communications that did address the concerns. Any more questions? Okay. All right. I do have a couple more registered speakers, and then I'm still trying to figure out what to do with this public hearing, so just give me some time. But I do have Leanne McCabe online. Leanne, you registered to speak quite a while ago. Thank you for joining us. You wanted to talk about road repair concerns on Mission Ave. Are you with us, Leanne? Leanne? Is she still there?
She's on the Zoom.
Yeah, I should turn my video on. Okay, maybe send her a message in the chat and I'll go on to the next one. Mr. Harvey, Greg, you with us from, just for everybody's information, president of St. Albert Firefighters Union. Are you with us, Greg?
I am here, Mayor.
Okay, I'll let you go now. You wanted to talk about response times to the north end of St. Albert. I'm going to keep you really to 5 minutes because we have a huge backlog of items, so I'll let you go starting now.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to speak today. I'm speaking here on behalf of the St. Albert Firefighters Union Local 2130. So as our community grows, so does the need for faster emergency response services. Today, I want to highlight why building Fire Hall 4 is essential for ensuring the safety of St. Albert residents, homes, and businesses. It is our view that regardless of the Northeast land servicing, that a fire hall is required as growth to the north is causing extended response times to these areas. Currently, our response goal is 9 minutes, which is significantly longer than the National Fire Protection Association's minimum standard of 6 minutes and 20 seconds. The discrepancy not only affects public safety, but it also compromises the effectiveness of our firefighting efforts. Fire Hall 4 will bridge the gap, enabling us to improve response times and enhance service to the community. By adding this fire hall, we can ensure all neighborhoods receive the same level of service and reliable protection. And I'm just going to go through a PowerPoint here quickly on some of the points that we have. So this slide you're seeing right here is our current 9-minute response time. So what happens within the 9 minutes of the 911 call going over to the RCMP PSAP, then getting transferred up. So as you can see, we're taking 30 seconds over to 95 to 80, and then 5 minutes and 35 seconds to arrive on scene. And again, the NFPA standard is 6 minutes and 20 seconds. So you can see we're a little bit longer as it is already before we start going to new growth areas. So how we compare in the region, obviously we like to get there quicker. These are standards set by those councils on where they want to get their trucks to arrive. And this is the first truck arriving on scene. So the standard being red, St. Albert, we are the highest of all the full-time services in the Edmonton region. Why are response times important? Well, for many reasons. As you can see in this graph here, when you start getting into the 8-minute, 9-minute, 10-minute zone, that's when the fire gets into flashover stage, when there's completely total destruction and non-survivability as far as the ability to get rescued. So that's obviously an important one. Same goes for medical response. We're obviously an integrated service with advanced life support paramedics that can deliver life-saving treatments quickly. If we don't get there in that 4 to 6 minute window, you can see when we start getting to 9 and 10, there's almost a 0% chance of survivability based on the data that comes with that. This is the current map of the area of St. Albert. So this is our 9-minute response zones where we're hitting. As you can see in the north, the Jensen Lakes and the Erin Ridge North area. many of those areas are outside of our current 9-minute response window. So that's where the fire is supposed to go. So this is a map. So this is our GIS data on where we're hitting the NFPA standard. So as you can see, the entire north part of St. Albert isn't coming close to our 6-minute 20-second, which NFPA says we should be getting there quickly. Other areas of the city are obviously looking deficient as well, as Riverside and Campbell Park, but we're here to speak on the Northeast right now. So with Station 4 added, this is what it looks like. So you get full coverage of that with the new fire hall up there. So all those residents are going to receive the same response. And when you plot actual calls that we've done to these areas, so these are all the calls that we've done in a period of 2016 to 2020. As you can see, North is not hitting any of these standards. And then when we plot in what Station 4 does, it goes all green. So that area will be receiving the proper response times when a fire hall goes up there. So we're just going to focus specifically on the crescents themselves. So we have Jameson Crescent and Edison Drive. The yellow is our current, what we're doing to get the drive time. So NFPA says you need 4 minutes to get there. We're doing it in over 400 seconds. So you see where the standard is and where those 2 crescents are. So this is the total response. So this is from the 911 call to the truck, first one arriving on scene. So as you can see, compared to the standard, even the St. Albert standard, the crescents in those areas are already exceeding that without the fire hall. So basically, seconds do matter. We need to reach all the residents no matter where they live. We don't just do fires, we do medical, we do all hazards. We just, would like to see this fire hall move ahead so this area of the city can receive the same response that a good portion of the city is getting already. And that concludes my slideshow. I believe I have 30 seconds left.
Well done, Greg. You were going really fast at the beginning. So essentially you're here to, I'm sure you're aware that we can't build fire hall 4 until we have sanitary up in the north side of the city. Or at least we could probably do some interim solutions, but so you're here to speak to us on that Northeast servicing project. Is that correct?
Yes, essentially, we understand that the hall is kind of dependent on having servicing done. However, I think there are options on the table that could provide cisterns or whatnot to have the available water and sewer on site should Northeast servicing not go ahead. Like I say, it's just our belief that that fire hall is needed there regardless. The houses are already outside of the 9-minute zone, and we're starting to push. There was a standing committee of the whole meeting a few weeks ago where a 10-minute time was kind of tossed around, and that one gets us on guard a little bit when we start hearing, making response times even longer than they already are, especially when the NFPA standard we're trying to achieve. And when we became accredited in 2016, that was one of their recommendations, was that we actually, and I'll just read it right here. It is recommended that the department reduce its benchmark first due total response time for fire incidents to a better line with NFPA 1710. So that was a third-party accreditation agency saying we need to start getting there quicker, not going longer into that 9-10 minute window.
Awesome. Councilor Bermansky has a question for you. So go ahead, Shelley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for coming to council again. The one question I had, it's a lot of dots on the map, first of all. Is it that the ambulance and fire truck, same amount of response time? Or are they one and the same on your calculations, or would it be different?
That would be for all the calls. So anything from a St. Albert fire vehicle, so whether it be ambulance or fire apparatus, that's what that one would be showing. And it should be noted that there's lots of dots, and that only goes back to 2020. That's as far as we had data provided to us. So in 4 years, I think you guys all know, like Jensen Lake, Saren Ridge North has grown significantly. So I'm sure if we plotted what we've done in the past 4 years, we'd see even more dots on there as well.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Any other questions for Greg? Seeing none, thanks for joining us, Greg.
Thank you very much for your time, Mayor and Council.
All right. We have Mustafa Hassan. You want to come to the mic now? Okay, go ahead. Can you get by? Do you have a PowerPoint? You're bringing your computer. Did you have a PowerPoint that you needed to show us? Okay, whatever works for you. Yeah.
I see that you have lots of people waiting. I don't want to be like adding to your time. But thanks again for
do not panic. You have your 5 minutes. You're due that. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
And Mayor, just so you know, Leanne's back in the room.
I see that. Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you all again. Thank you so much for having me to speak on this matter of opening the first hookah lounge in St. Albert. You know what, I saw this, I saw the report back from the admin. And you know, I know that they're saying, you know, we can operate if it's a non-tobacco, you know, like shisha experience. And, you know, would love to give it a shot because, you know, at the end of the day, we highlighted the social and cultural, you know, like experiences that, you know, lots of residents would enjoy coming to a location of that nature. So I just want to see, like, you know, I know that today you guys going to be voting on it, like you're gonna put a motion and you're gonna be all having.
Sorry, I had to turn my mic up. No, the any motion to allow the hookah lounge is not on our agenda today.
Okay,
No, yeah, I think I might have said to you in an email, it would take a member of council to move a motion. Now that we've seen how this would work, and I'm just trying to figure out what. I'll let you finish and then I'll explain to you what's happening.
no worries, yeah,
Yeah, okay.
definitely. So yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for that because I know that, you know, the initial presentation happened on the first week of September, and right now we are in November. So just wanted to see when and who was going to put this motion forward.
Okay, so yeah, so I actually made sure I had it here. So we would need an amendment to our smoking bylaw and our land use bylaw. I'm looking at Marta for nods. And then if those two occurred, we would bring forward an amendment to the business licensing as well. And so honestly, it takes just one member of council to put a motion forward.
Okay.
And I don't know if anyone has even considered it, but they were maybe waiting to hear from you today, ask you questions. And then we will go forward from there. Because there's no possibility for a member of the public to put forward these motions, is there?
Of course.
That's what I thought. Okay, is there any questions for Mustafa? Councilor Bermansky, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello, Mustafa.
Hi, Shel.
Thank you for visiting us again. 3 questions I have this round that weren't answered last time. Where is the hookah experience done now? Is it mostly at home for individuals that are participating currently?
Mostly, yes. I mean, in the summertime, they usually go to parks. And again, you know, like, I'm not totally into that because there is that fire hazard. You know, people are smoking into like treed areas. So it's not fully in a controlled environment. And same thing at home. Like most of the parents, they smoke and guilty. I'm one of them. You know, we expose our kids to that. So when we go into a controlled setup with a better ventilation, then we're gonna have a safer environment for people who would like to practice that.
Okay, and it's a daily thing, not a special occasion thing,
Sometimes 3 times a day.
3 times a day.
For
Okay.
some people, yeah. I mean, no,
That moves to my next question. It was mentioned that sometimes a person may participate for several hours a day. What effects are on the person from doing that? Like, can you drive afterwards?
oh yeah, definitely. Like there is nothing that's gonna be making somebody like buzzing in the head or like, you know, having a doozy effect, like alcohol or, you know, like smoking, you know, like pot. It's nothing like that. Usually people who are smoking it, they're usually, you know, have that effect. If they're first timers, maybe for like half hour, but after that they can't drive.
The effect, you mean like a high kind of? thing?
It's like smoking a cigarette for the first time. I don't know if you have smoked before, but smoking a cigarette, because your body is being exposed to a nicotine effect for the first time. So it gets you kind of like alert and maybe a little bit dizzy, you know, like you have that head spinning for like.
Okay, and my last question, I'll be quick here. Are you proposing a restaurant with hookah or a hookah lounge with food?
Hookah lounge with food.
Okay,
Mostly.
thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Sharon.
Any other questions for Mr. Hassan? All right, I'm seeing none. I think we'll just have to kind of wait and see if one of the members of council wants to bring this forward. It probably won't be today because we've got a busy agenda.
Sure.
And even when that does happen, they give notice of motion and then it hits our agenda about 3 weeks later.
Okay.
Okay?
So should I be in touch with the council?
You can send me an email. You have my email address, right?
I do.
Okay,
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
having me over. Thank you. Have a good day.
all right. And now Leanne, you're still with us? There she is. Can you hear me, Leanne? Leanne, can you hear me? Are you sending her a chat?
We did send a chat.
Okay,
We didn't hear back. Maybe we'll have to reschedule for.
yeah,
next
we
week.
might have to, yeah. Can you send her that? Okay. Because I don't even, no, that's too bad. Technology. Okay, I'm looking at those of you in the gallery and I'm going to start with an apology. You were supposed to start at 1:15. The reason I delayed it is because I wanted to get the Edmonton Global presentation and the motion out of the way. So that group of people can exit. Otherwise, they're going to be here till probably 7. So I'm gonna, if I have no serious objections, I'm gonna continue with that order. Everyone who's scheduled to speak at the public hearing will be given that opportunity. So I'm not taking that away from anyone. So I'm gonna go straight to 10.1, council, so you're aware. I'm gonna get Councillor Jolly to read the motion into the record, and before I accept it, we'll take a few questions and then I'll accept your message and we can get into debate.
Okay, so the motion is that the city of St. Albert provide notice it is withdrawing from Edmonton Global and that this decision be presented to council in Q1 or Q2 2026 to allow for reconsideration prior to withdrawal.
Okay, before I accept that motion, does anyone have any questions? I'm seeing none. All right, I'll accept your motion. Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. So, you know, I've supported Edmonton Global for many years now, but always kind of voiced my concerns about kind of that communication piece. So since the last time St. Albert and myself included last supported remaining in Edmonton Global, it really seems kind of from my perspective that nothing has changed. And I think that's been reflected in all the municipalities that have given notice that they're leaving. You know, even I've heard this past week that even folks like myself who support the mission of Edmonton Global have shared concerns about kind of the direction of the organization right now. And I would bet that most of us have heard those concerns echoed. Frank mentioned that many councils feel disconnected from Edmonton Global, that there's an obvious disconnect, and I agree. I also agree with Annette that regional cooperation is critical. I absolutely believe that we're stronger if we're working together. So this motion doesn't necessarily set St. Albert on a path to leaving Edmonton Global. What it does is it sends a message that we need to see change. You know, if we see the change by 2026, we'll have lost nothing by giving notice. Instead, we'll either have the organization that we want, that we kind of set out to have when this started up several years ago, or we'll have saved about $100,000 over a couple of years. You know, I certainly prefer the first option of staying in Edmonton Global, but I'll take the $100,000 if that's the best that we can do. So I just want to send a strong message that we need to see change, and I'd love to see that kind of before this 2 years is up.
All right, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to support this motion. I think that the challenge we have is that we keep saying we support regional, but then when we don't, really, we're not getting the results. And then it's just okay, just wait, just give us more money, just wait, give us more money. Meanwhile, other communities have said they've given notice, and we have not given ourselves the option to decide what we want to do in 2 years' time if they fulfill that decision to withdraw. in which case the liability for us on a financial basis could be quite substantial. And if we don't actually serve this notice, we will not have an option about saying, is this actually worth the value for money? Because there is that 2-year opt-out clause. So I appreciate Councillor Jelly that you brought this forward, because this actually then gives the council the date, all the options in their disposal to decide if it's worth it or not. And it gives the opportunity for Edmonton Global to convince not only ourselves, but all the other organizations that have said that they want to withdraw, the opportunity still to prove that it's worth the value. But if we don't approve this today, we are literally just tying our hands, and whatever the consequences are financially or otherwise will not be even come into effect until this comes back for another vote and then revisited whenever it is. And considering that we've had it go up almost tenfold in less than 10 years, it's very possible that it could continue in that vein, and we will not have an opportunity to actually say no. So I appreciate also that other people are going to say, I support regional and all that. And I understand that. And I understand the benefit of having a regional, but we also don't want to be stuck here carrying all the purse bag, because everyone else is left and we're the only ones standing. And so this is what would actually just give us options. And so I'll be supporting it for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to support this motion. And I think it's pretty clear the reasons why we have to continue to belong to Edmonton Global, not just for the regionalization, but for the fact that it was just a short few weeks ago that we approved perhaps one of, and I called it generational at the time. It was certainly historical in the sense that we have now opened up a large part of the west end of our community as a business park. And we know that we've already generated interest in that park. And we just heard today it's partly through the efforts of Edmonton Global, because when we're talking about economic development, and I learned this very early in the last term when I first sat on council and started to attend regional events, including the EMRB, and I started attending Edmonton Global meetings, and I clearly saw the magnitude and the impact that these two organizations have, not only on our community, but on the region. And I'm reminded, and it was brought up in a State of the City address by the Mayor Beaumont. And it's been said many, many other times by many other mayors that rising tide raises all boats. And we may not see small day-to-day improvements that just aren't visible to us as a council, but they're visible to members of economic development. They're visible to other members in the region. They're certainly visible to other parts of Alberta, and they're clearly visible to how the region is portrayed globally and certainly nationally. And we all got an email from a resident of St. Albert. So Dr. Trimby, thank you very much for choosing St. Albert. It's kind of nice to have new residents that really clearly come into St. Albert and identify it as a place to live. But another resident of St. Albert sent us a email, and I want to read part of it. And a vote to leave Edmonton Global could have serious repercussions for our city and the Edmonton region as a whole, especially as we strive to develop the Lakeview Business District. With so much of St. Albert's economic future tied to this new development, it is vital to have the full support of Edmonton Global to help attract the necessary investment as business interest. Edmonton Global has played a pivotal role in raising awareness of our region and improving our investment readiness. Moving away from this partnership would jeopardize those efforts and weaken St. Albert's position. And so it just doesn't make any sense to me that we open up a large business park and then we basically cut off one of our arms in the sense of trying to search for development. Because yes, we approved a position for economic development that is primarily there, but one person working in economic development doesn't have the reach that is available by staying within Edmonton Global and using their vast resources and contacts. And I realize we're talking 2 years, and I realize that Edmonton Global isn't going to penalize us or make it punitive if we're not. But why would we do that? It just makes the cost of admission, if we were successful, as we heard in the presentations, that potentially we are one of the 3 areas that could bring in $800 million in investment plus thousands of jobs. $249,000 a year is pretty minor. So I'm supporting this. I could talk probably another 15 minutes in relation, but I think I just got kicked under the bench here. So regional cooperation is vital to this area. It's vital to St. Albert. And I can't see us walking away from an organization like Edmonton Global, whose mandate it is to raise the profile of not only our region, but for St. Albert as well.
Thank you, Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay, for being so brief. I think the key thing for me is not that there's a potential $800 million investment and we're one of 3. I'm looking at the real numbers of what has already been returned from our previous years of investment in Edmonton Global. The 800 million is a might be, and it might come to us, it might come to somewhere else in the region. But the other 47 real investments that have come and have contributed $4.8 billion to the region, 5,150 real jobs, speaks much louder to me as the value of Edmonton Global. On top of that, we've absolutely made a huge investment and strategic decision, not only an investment, but strategic decision on Lakeview Business Park. We've invested the money to provide servicing for it. We've invested money over a long period of time on Ray Gibbon Drive and road infrastructure, servicing infrastructure, etc. We've hired a person to do our marketing of Lakeview. If they can work with Edmonton Global and leverage their knowledge, their contacts, their history over the last couple of years, we will be having that person set up to have a running start. If we to have the long-term stability and direction as a partner in Edmonton Global is the right way to go. We know that dollars are easily transferable. They don't have, any company doesn't have to invest in the Edmonton region. They can go to Calgary, they can go to Ottawa, they can go to Winnipeg, they can go to California or wherever. This is an international world that we are competing in. And Edmonton Global gives us that leg up. There's no way St. Albert could ever do by itself an international trade mission to Asia with ministers, both provincial and federal ministers. We can leverage that, and I strongly believe we have to stay committed and send a clear message that we are committed, not we're kind of sort of committed with a foot out halfway out the door in 2 years. So I really look at the real numbers and a partnership that is long-term. These companies do not make investment decisions overnight. They make them over a period of 2, 3, 4 years or longer. We've all heard of the Amazon story in the States that, you know, they went through a 4-year US-wide competition for their large multi-billion-dollar investment. Took them 4 years just just to go through the evaluation process before they ever put a shovel in the ground. I think we have to have that level of commitment to our partner in Edmonton Global. We have to work with them and look at our long-term return on our investment. It is not going to happen overnight. We know that, but let's stick with it and in fact, send a clear message that we are committed to it. Not we're sort of thinking about maybe getting out and we can change our mind later in 2 years. So I don't think with a motion to withdraw needs to send that message that communication could improve. That message was sent a year ago. And Edmonton Global responded. They restructured, they recommunicated, they narrowed their focus, they came and spoke to us. They have quarterly meetings and updates with shareholders. They got the message without sending a notice of withdrawing. We have to be there to listen to it and stay committed. So I won't be supporting this motion to give notice of motion that we're exiting.
Thank you, Councillor Kaler. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too am not going to support the motion. Madam Mayor, I'll harken back to a meeting that was convened by the old Capital Region Board, and they brought in a source locator, and we all met in Strathcona County. And the presentation by this gentleman was striking, to say the least. And he talked about the Edmonton region. He talked about Edmonton and the name capital city, capital region. And he went on to say that there was 1,000 capital regions on the world. And City of Champions, which was the city motto back then, there was also 1,000 of those. So how do you differentiate yourself in a competitive marketplace worldwide? And he made a very compelling case that you do it better hunting as a pack. And his example, if you will, was Columbus, Ohio, which was something similar to the Edmonton region. 22 municipalities around a larger community core, but they worked together and in so doing, they were economic dynamo in that part of the region. And so I believe that we can do the same thing by working together. I'm a real firm believer in regional collaboration and working together to raise all boats, if you will. But and I think that works. Now I understand the heart behind the motion. I want to honor that as well. But I think we have an opportunity, as both Councillor Killick and Councillor Mackay said, so we get a chance to put a stake in the ground here and say we're part of this team, and it means something to us. So that's where I stand, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Seeing no other speakers, I'll just weigh in. I think everything I wanted to say was already said. I won't be supporting this, Councillor Jolly. I understand that the 2-year window is a long one, and that's probably why you were giving that next council that opportunity. But I think the repercussions of today's vote would be felt today, not 2 years from now, if we did exit. And I think those would be serious repercussions, not just for St. Albert, but for the whole region. And as it was said, with Lakeview coming online, we need to be able to market that. And we do not, as an individual municipality, have the global scale and reach that Edmonton Global has. And I would just weaken our position. So I can't support that now. And I think it was pointed out that I did go to Ottawa with Malcolm and some of the team, not just elected officials, but some business leaders in the region. And that's an opportunity you would not get if you were not in Edmonton Global. And I did meet with the United Arab Emirates and others. And that was, those opportunities are open to council, not just mayors. There was a councillor from Stony Plain with me on that trip and one from Edmonton. So, I think you need to really experience those before you really can say that Edmonton Global is not working for us. And the other thing is, we have talked lately in our own city about how it's not all about reaching and chasing that non-residential assessment. That residential assessment, especially when it's dense, like we're seeing in St. Albert, has probably just as big of an impact, if not more, than commercial and industrial in some areas. So, sorry, Councillor Jolly, I can't support your motion, but I will give you an opportunity to close.
Thank you. I'll be brief. So really, I've already achieved my goal today of sending a message to Edmonton Global that there are major concerns from many stakeholders. Yes, we have a majority of council saying that stay in, but I think that message is still clear. I would say across the region, you know, including the 5 municipalities who have given notice that they're leaving, we all believe in the value of regional collaboration in an international market. And I think we all know that a well-functioning Edmonton Global would be unstoppable because of how amazing the region is in terms of being investment ready. We have so much to offer in this region. But we're going to keep having these debates until something changes. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion fails with Councillor Hughes and Councillor Jolly in favor and the rest opposed. Okay. Thank you for your indulgence on that, everyone. I'm going to go to presentations from the public, presentations till later. We're skipping over 3, or sorry, skipping over 4, the business arising. Do we have anything on consent? I can't even remember. Okay, I need either a motion to adopt the minutes or the consent, one or the other. Anyone? Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. You can go straight to 6.1 if you want.
Am I doing the consent agenda or the?
6.1 is the only thing on consent, so you can do
Okay, so
either
I'll
one.
do 6.1, okay. That the regular council meeting minutes of October 15, 2024 and the organizational city council meeting minutes of October 22nd, 2024 be approved.
Awesome. Accept that. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. All right. Public hearing. I apologize for everyone who's been waiting, and I thank you for your indulgence. We will start with me calling the public hearing on what bylaw is this? Bylaw 16, 2024. So call the public hearing to order. I will ask if anyone on my council has a need to declare conflict of interest on this. Seeing none. So we're going to, this is a public hearing that is initiated by a proponent. So we're going to follow the procedure bylaw. We're going to first hear from administration, and I think I've got Craig Walker's doing the presentation. Yes, there he is. And then we will allow questions of administration, and then I'm going to go to the applicant for a presentation. Sorry, we're good? Yeah. The applicant can make a presentation, and then we'll go to those that are registered to speak from the public. Lots of question time. Don't worry, there will be lots before we make any big decisions today. So, Craig, I'll turn it over to you for your admin presentation. Is it you doing it, Craig? Or should I give it to Bill and he can introduce the team? I always forget that. Christina, you're gonna do it? Okay.
I guess I'm going to take this one. I'm here with Katie Mahoney, the manager of the planning branch, and Craig Walker, who is our planner on this file. And Katie's going to do some introductory remarks.
Good afternoon, Mayor Herron, members of council and members of the community. My name is Katie Mahoney. I'm the branch manager for planning here at the City of St. Albert. An area structure plan, or ASP as we call it, application for the northeast area of the city has been submitted by a developer. And we have been working very closely with the applicant and city administration through this ASP process and getting it to the stage it is at today. I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone involved, from the applicant and all the city departments who have been involved, and some key departments in particular, including our engineering colleagues, utilities, parks, and environment. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to Craig.
Thank you, Katie. Just bear with me, City Council, while I attempt to share my screen here. Okay, fantastic. Well, again, good afternoon, City Council. My name is Craig Walker from Planning. I'm here today to overview the proposed Northeast ASP. As Ms. Mahoney mentioned, this is an application received from a developer from Landrex, submitted from Investec Consulting. In addition to the staff next to me, we're also joined virtually by staff from various city departments who are available to help answer questions. And of course, the applicant's team is here today as well. First, just to set the stage, as shown on the screen here, the ASP lands are bound generally by St. Albert Trail to the west, Sturgeon County to the north and east, existing city neighborhoods to the south, as well as the Sturgeon River down in the far corner. We'll discuss the applicant's proposal for these lands in a few slides, but that's the quick introductory version for now. First, we're going to back up and outline what we're going to talk about today. We'll start with a quick refresher about the planning process, summarize the communications, outline the document structure, discuss some regional, discuss some background site information and history, get into some of the proposal highlights, talk about growth and MDP direction, and wrap up with conclusions and recommendations. There's obviously a lot of material to unpack today, so let's jump in. Starting off with the planning process, Madam Mayor, now City Council are well acquainted with this diagram, which illustrates the planning framework in Alberta, ultimately going from broad towards the top, moving to more specific towards the bottom, and in all instances, being in alignment and building off each other. For this project, of course, we're discussing the ASP level. Now, one of the key roles of an ASP is to implement the policy direction of the tier above it, the MDP. We'll talk more about this later in the presentation. And of course, below the ASP are subsequent layers as well, at which time additional details are explored. Next, a bit about stakeholder communications. This is a bit of a busy slide here, but it attempts to summarize some of the key project milestones, as well as the community engagement along the way. In summary, since the applicant's virtual public meeting back in September 2021, the ASP has been on a roughly 3-year journey. It's undergone several rounds of revisions. It sought input from the public through to applicant-led meetings, as well as ongoing city updates to the Cultivate the Conversation webpage. Associated with most of these stages have been multiple rounds of mailouts, newspaper ads, and on-site signage. In addition, within your agenda reports appendices, we had also included additional details, including application history, letters from 8 residents on nearby Edgewater Terrace, and a couple of what we heard reports. Touching upon the document structure just very briefly, like the recent St. Albert West ASP, the Northeast ASP is also structured in accordance with the city's new 2-tier area structure plan and neighborhood plan terms of reference as illustrated here. Next, I'll overview some background, site information, and history. So as shown on the screen here, the area is equivalent to around 4.5 quarter sections. In addition to Landrex, who own the 5 properties within these green areas,
There are 13 other landowners within the plan area. The area predominantly entails undeveloped agricultural lands, 78% of which were annexed from Sturgeon County in January of 2022. And so accordingly, the MDP was amended in November of 2022 to assign very high-level land uses and a conceptual road network to all of the annexation lands. And again, we'll talk more about the MDP a little bit later. And of course, the other noteworthy piece of information is that there's currently no sanitary sewer capacity remaining in this part of the city. City Council Attachment 1 in your report package includes the ASP document in its entirety, which obviously isn't practical to fully cover within a PowerPoint. However, this section will touch upon some of the more interesting and unique proposal highlights. So this is map 2 of the ASP up on the screen here. This illustrates the future land use concept, which includes residential neighborhoods in the yellow, employment areas in purple, as well as other colors representing various kinds of mixed use nodes, potential school sites, stormwater management facilities, and open spaces, including quite a sizable area located down adjacent to the Sturgeon River. To touch upon some of the key stats, upon full build out, the area is anticipated to accommodate nearly 11,000 residents at a planned density of 40 dwelling units per net residential hectare as required by the city. It'll create an estimated 850 new jobs. And overall, the concept reflects approximately 38% net residential land uses, 19% net employment land uses, and 43% other uses. That's your roads, municipal reserves, storm ponds, etc. Further details on land use specifics are brought forward at the neighborhood plan stages, which pertain to smaller sub-areas within. Among other things, the ASP also establishes a high-level road network. As shown here in map 3, you can see key roadways within the plan area, including boulevard, crosstown, connector, and neighborhood roadways. What's not shown here in map 3 are the local roads and lanes, since these aren't planned until the future neighborhood plan stages. The other big highlight to note here is that longer term, the area will also involve the extension of 127th Street from its current terminus near Anthony Henday Drive in Edmonton. Moving on, as shown in map 6, the proposed storm concept addresses local stormwater within the neighborhood, as well as regional stormwater considerations, since the lands north of here are all part of the broader Carrot Creek drainage basin, which extends all the way to Morinville. So these high-level concepts were prepared to the satisfaction of our utilities department for now, and are anticipated to be refined later by neighborhood plans and future updates to the city's utility master plan. Another highlight shown here is map 8, which illustrates some of the higher priority open spaces for retaining, based upon the applicant's natural area assessment, Municipal Government Act requirements, and input from various stakeholders. One of the key features to point out on this map is the potential to connect some of these natural stepping stones to create a future trail and/or wildlife corridor from the Sturgeon River all the way to Carrot Creek on the west side of the city. The exact details for this, as well as other potential open space locations, will be examined in future years at the neighborhood plan stage as evolving community needs become clearer and as on-the-ground field investigations are undertaken. So moving on to this next section, growth and MDP direction. So we're going to slow down a little bit now and discuss these matters. As council have obviously noted in the agenda report, administration's recommendation today is not supportive of the ASP moving forward. And to clarify, this recommendation, it's not no, never. Rather, it's not just yet. And this section that I'm going to take us through attempts to outline a rationale a bit further. So prior to the annexation, back in 2020, a growth management study prepared by ISL Engineering indicated that it would take nearly 25 years to fully develop the lands found within the pre-annexation city boundary. So this is a bit of a dated map here from 2020, but we're talking about all of the large unsubdivided properties you see here. in places like Riverside, South Riel, St. Albert West, Jensen Lakes, and others, and infill. Furthermore, that 25-year prediction was based upon higher than historical growth assumptions. More specifically, ISL's study assumed 1.6% annual growth rather than the historical 1.3% that we've seen longer term. So it could be more than 25 years. We have to keep in mind, City Council, that between our last two municipal censuses in 2018 and 2024, we've only gained an average of just over 1,000 new residents per year. Be that as it may, given the province's strong growth numbers these past couple of years in particular, it could potentially be less than 25 years as well. For example, 2024 to date has been a record-breaking year for the city of St. Albert. But administration's caution is just that we can't assume that these high growth numbers can be sustained indefinitely. And regardless of exactly how long it takes, the MDP has always envisioned growing to 100,000 people within the pre-annexation boundary. We're currently at a population of just over 72,000. So there's room for a remaining 28,000 to go within our old boundary. The impetus for the annexation, on the other hand, was for later. It was to satisfy the city's long-term growth needs into the new areas. So that's everywhere on gray on this map. After the substantial build out of the pre-annexation areas, which are colored on the map. Shortly after the annexation came into effect in 2022, the MDP was amended to clarify the priority growth areas and to assign very high-level land uses to the annexation lands. But the actual urban expansion into these gray areas is beyond the scope of what's been examined by the MDP in any detail. And excuse me, Council, for 1 minute while I just get some technical assistance here. If I want to see.
Council, just so you know, I'll call a break at 3 and at 5.
Problem solved, Madam Mayor. Thank
That's
you for that. So I was saying that so the impetus for the annexation we would submit was for later, was to satisfy the city's long-term growth needs into the gray areas after the substantial build out of all the colored areas of the map. So the actual urban expansion into these gray areas is beyond the scope of what's been analyzed by the MDP or other department plans in any detail. And accordingly, there are some known and unknown financial ramifications. So that's a little bit about the growth management study, which of course informed the annexation, which eventually informed the MDP amendments in November 2022. So let's talk about the MDP now. So I mentioned earlier that one of the key roles of an ASP is to implement the policy direction of the tier above it, the MDP. We're going to talk about where the MDP does and doesn't align. Where it does align is with the MDP's future land use concept. We're going to show you that on the next slide. The density targets of 40 units per hectare. And long story short, many other select policies, but more critically, where it doesn't align is with the MDP's priority areas for growth. We're going to take a look at map 4, 2 slides from now. And the intention behind numerous other policy areas, including policies regarding the premature urbanization of farmland, fiscally sustainable infrastructure costs, the efficient extension of utilities, outward growth focused west, and infill growth aspirations. So I mentioned we take a look at these MDP maps. And Madam Mayor, excuse me, before I do, I'm just going to back up a slide because I had some technical issues there, and I neglected to, I skipped over a bullet here that in spite of what I had just said about the MDP's aims to grow within the existing rather the pre-annexation boundary. What this slide illustrates that I neglected to say was that 78% of the ASP's lands already involve that future, rather the annexation area shaded in gray there. So we'll come back to that. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't missed. Okay, so as shown in map 3 of the MDP here, within the ASP lands, you'll see 5 colors up in that, up within the boundaries of the red area, as well as a few of the key road connections only. As shown in the corresponding ASP map, all of the conceptual locations from the MDP have now been refined in more detail, and it adds in storm ponds, a few more roads, and additional open spaces as well. So these 2 maps are in general alignment. But let's move on to map 4 of the MDP now. So once again, here we see the ASP lands in the northeast part of the city. Map 4 depicts the city's long-term priorities for growth and investment over the coming decades. If we zoom into the map here, the orange areas to the west, so these are all located within the pre-annexation boundary and are the priority areas for outward growth and investment, based upon significant community engagement and prior analysis. Similarly, the blue areas are the priority areas for intensification. If we swing the pendulum the other way, on the other end of the spectrum, the pink area up in the far northwest, future urban growth area, this is all located entirely within the new annexation area and has not been analyzed by the current MDP in any detail. And then we have the green area. So this is a mix of pre-annexation and post-annexation lands, which are more challenging to service, simply labeled areas for growth. They're just not the priority ones. And among other things, they happen to come with a hefty price tag, a price tag which could be deferred for many years in administration's view. And it's in that regard that administration would respectfully submit that the proposed ASP represents quite a substantial departure from the MDP's vision for predominantly westward outward growth and investment. Let's talk about why the MDP directs us to grow west. Growing west, so we're talking about the orange areas, takes advantage of existing strategic investments, such as Lakeview Business District, the community amenities site, Ray-Gibbon Drive improvements, existing utility provision in some areas, the Carrot Creek corridor, emergency response times from Fire Hall number 3, and other similar considerations. Conversely, expanding up into the northeast would not only not take advantage of those investments, it will prematurely trigger the need for new investments too. At Standing Committee of the Whole back in October, Council heard that based upon high-level estimates, such capital investments for the northeast could be in the magnitude of 232 million over the next 16 years. And so that's in addition to the Northeast Servicing Project, originally estimated at 70 million, recently revised to 74 million. And just to clarify too, the Northeast Servicing Project, I want to try and keep that separate from the ASP. That is a separate and existing matter. So these costs will have unknown implications on the city's debt ceiling, property taxes, and existing budgetary priorities. Furthermore, since there's only so much growth to go around St. Albert, as well as the entire Edmonton metro region as a whole, adding additional greenfields lands risks slowing the rate of development within St. Albert West, having unknown implications on the timing for its return on investment. Likewise, there will be similar implications for the lands designated for redevelopment and infill, illustrated in blue, including our downtown and older parts of St. Albert Trail, specifically towards the south. So there's some significant costs and other types of implications associated with dispersing municipal infrastructure into different areas at the same time and then maintaining them as well. Alternatively, the city, we would submit, is currently very well positioned to accommodate growth elsewhere through approved ASPs to accommodate up to 28,000 residents plus employment growth over the next few decades. Again, as I mentioned, the MDP, as well as the inputs which informed it, always envisioned growing to 100,000 people within the pre-annexation boundary. And what we'd like to do now is demonstrate how we're already doing this. So this map here on the right illustrates all areas within the pre-annexation boundary that are designated by an approved ASP for some form of future residential development, yet they're completely untouched to date. So put another way, all of these colored areas, and it's a little tricky to see on the screen, but all of the colored areas have either not been redistricted yet and or they haven't been subdivided yet. So they're vacant, unabsorbed lands. In the vicinity of these green check marks, there are still several years remaining supply of lots that are approved, but are still actively developing inside Jensen Lakes and Erin Ridge North. These particular lots are shaded in gray, not colored, because these ones are already redistricted, subdivided, and approved with full utility connections. They just aren't, the house or apartment or whatever it is, just isn't all inhabited by residents yet. And in addition to those, the city also has room to accommodate the following, none of which are dependent upon the Northeast Servicing Project. So within North Ridge Phase 2, an additional estimated 1,300 additional people, an additional 7,900 in Choureau, an additional 1,100 in Ville-Giroux, another 79 in Riverside, 1,600 in South Riel, and over in Kingswood, even another 500 over there in the remaining undeveloped portion of that neighborhood. In addition to all of this greenfield growth that will provide a diverse array of housing choice, there's also potential for infill somewhere in the ballpark of up to 6,200 people in various locations. And the takeaway here that we're trying to communicate is that within these circled areas, none of which require a remedy for sanitary constraints, that these are already within an approved ASP, and they can support a combined roughly 26,500 people, so plus or minus. But this is about 95% of the 28,000 people that can ultimately be accommodated within the pre-annexation boundary as we endeavor to grow to 100,000 people before further expansion. And just to clarify, City Council, while we're on this slide, map 4 of the MDP on the left, that does confirm that the green northeast area, it is indeed an area for growth longer term. But based upon the information that we're seeing today and we're attempting to communicate, administration's position is that expansion into the northeast is premature based upon our current growth needs, as well as our financial realities. Proceeding into the green area should ideally coincide with the building out of the orange area to the west. As I mentioned in my introduction, the recommendation of staff, it's not no never, it's not just yet. And when it does happen, we would suggest that it's best enabled within the policy context of a future version of the EMRB growth plan and a future version of an MDP, so that the ASP, when it is approved, it contains the prevailing density requirements of the day and other future policies which reflect the many unknowns that could be a reality a couple of decades from now. To offer another tangible example of what I mean when I say premature, the latest 127th Street functional planning study suggests the need for 127th Street in this area roughly in the year 2053. So if we do proceed into the northeast sooner rather than later, administration recommends a substantial amendment to the MDP to ensure that all other department plans and future city decisions are in alignment. The MDP amendment I described, it hasn't been fully scoped out at this time, but we would anticipate that in order to do it proper justice, it would necessitate significant staff resources, likely technical consultants and public engagement. In addition, an MDP amendment would ultimately hinge upon an EMRB decision as well. So to reiterate our key points, Madam Mayor, the MDP scope for growing from the 72,000 of today to the 100,000 of the future, it involves the pre-annexation area only. There's ravely 25 years remaining to develop such lands. Could be a bit more, could be a bit less. It depends on a lot of unique socioeconomic factors. But regardless of how long it takes, 95% of the land within the pre-annexation boundary does not require that northeast servicing remedy and the price tag that comes with it. 78% of the lands that the ASP involve go into the new annexation area. Conversely, where there is no sanitary sewer capacity. Expansion into that area now, we would submit, undermines the overall MDP vision and requires upfront 74 million for the Northeast Servicing Project. Once again, that is a separate and existing matter, but it is required in order for development to occur in the Northeast. In addition to that 74, over the next 16 years, an estimated further 232 million for premature capital projects. It would also require further analysis to understand the financial risks, benefits, and return on investment timelines. It would require the city to have tempered expectations for the rate of return for St. Albert West and infill timelines, as that build out would slow because there's more quote unquote competition, for lack of a better word. And it would require an amendment to our municipal development plan in order to ensure alignment with various city plans and city decisions going forward. Alternatively, our other conclusion that we attempted to make today is that the city is well positioned to grow to 100,000 elsewhere within approved ASPs within the pre-annexation boundary that would take care of 95% of our growth needs without that Northeast Servicing Project. Accordingly, just to wrap up, since the ASP is not in keeping with the intent of the MDP and due to the potential ramifications, particularly those from a financial perspective, after the closure of the public hearing today, our recommendation is that the proposed ASP be defeated. As you've noticed, there are also two alternative motions for council's consideration. Alternative 1 in your report package implies that should council opt to proceed with the ASP, it could be referred to the EMRB for a decision. And assuming a successful outcome there, this matter could return to council to consider second and third readings in Q1. Or alternative 2 ultimately entails that should council opt to just hit pause for now before deciding yes or no to the ASP, council could first direct administration to take this away, prepare a project charter for amending the MDP, and then come back to council in Q1. And the idea behind that is ultimately so that once the potential magnitude of an MDP amendment is better known, then council could be more informed in making a decision on whether or not to proceed with the Northeast ASP. So, Madam Mayor, that concludes the planning branch's overview. Thank you very much, City Council, and back to you, Mayor Herron.
Thank you. Excellent presentation and really good backgrounder. I mean, this is not easy. It's actually quite difficult. I don't think in my 14 years being an elected official, I've ever seen an area structure plan come to me with a recommendation to defeat. So this is not easy. And I think you did a really good job of explaining your position and in the planning department and the holistic and the very Puritan view of what you guys have. And so now it's the difficult decisions up here. I'm going to stay high level really quickly. When we did the MDP and we talked about priority growth areas versus growth areas, I'm not 100% sure that council thought it would stop development in the Northeast. That's not really a question. I apologize. That's more of an opinion. I sort of get it because of the investment that's required. So my very first question is, if it did not require a $75+ million investment into a sanitary sewer line, would the opinion be slightly different? Like if it was just an approval of an area structure plan and the developer can go off and start building, would that be a different decision?
Mayor Herron, on behalf of the branch, I would suggest that our planning position would remain the same.
It's more about the timing now.
It's all about, timing is everything.
Yeah,
Yep,
so it's not, okay.
premature.
In the financial section of the report, so for anyone who's following along, it's page 27 of our package or page 10 of 12 of the agenda report. You talk about the investment of the sewer line. You've got 69.7 million, but I think it's higher now. But you also talk about an additional 232 million over the next 16 years. Excuse me, that's city investment? That's my first question.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Herron. I'll perhaps ask my colleagues in engineering to supplement if I'm speaking out of term here, but the 232 was outlined to City Council at the Standing Committee of the Whole on October the 8th. So that included, my understanding is it would be a combination of offsite leviable and non-offsite leviable projects. We're talking everything from the city's portion of 127th Street, upgrades to various roads, Belrose, Coal Mine, St. Albert Trail North, Neil Ross. I'm probably missing one or two, but I believe it was a combination of
So a lot of
city-led
roads.
and developer-led.
A lot of roads, essentially. I was thinking maybe it was like, we're gonna have to buy new buses for that growth. We're gonna have to build a new the firehouse, does serve that area. We're gonna have to buy or build a new library. I thought it was those municipal investments to just.
So those
service that
operational costs, I would submit to you that we've not really costed those out yet, because
Okay,
so they're not factored in. I think what we're really talking about is infrastructure to support that development. The operational expansion as that growth occurs would occur sort of in due course as we monitor the pace of growth.
okay. Right, I'll go two more high level ones and then I'll turn it over to council. My next question is the obligation of the sewer line. Is it feasible to have an approved area structure plan that requires a sewer line sitting on our books, but without the sewer line? Like, it's a chicken or the egg question. But I want to make 100% sure if council pushes this forward and goes to EMRB, and that's my next question. And we get to third reading and we approve this area structure plan. What are our obligations on that sewer line?
So within the text of the area structure plan, we're quite clear on saying that an ASP does not oblige the city to do further investments. So from that perspective, no, it does not would not require us to do the investments.
Okay.
However, an approved area structure plan is a key document and a key process in indicating to our partners in development that the city is ready to look at development of these areas. So it provides a bit of certainty to the development industry when you approve an area structure plan.
Okay, I see the requirement to invest in infrastructure, and I'm thinking roads, but we have both Jensen Lakes and the current Aaron Ridge approved without any financial certainty on Fowler or Neil M. Ross Road, right? Craig?
Mayor Herron, and just to supplement Ms. Peters' comments, I'll also point out on page 7 in the agenda report, we had provided a quote from the EMRB growth plan. It's policy 4.3.2. And when applications for new ASPs or MDPs go before the board, when the EMRB looks through their own various policy lens, one of the policies is that greenfield areas like the Northeast will only be considered for development in locations that meet all of the following criteria. And subsection C says it has long-term municipal storm, water, and wastewater servicing capacity to accommodate the planned development. So I know sometimes it's a bit of a chicken and egg between the ASP and the servicing. But I think the intention behind that implies that ideally, you would not be building new infrastructure when there is already infrastructure that can accommodate, as we suggested, 95% of our growth needs to move from where we are today to the 100,000 that we're targeting through the existing MDP that again was prepared to align with the EMRB growth plan.
Okay. And then my final question, and it's probably a simple one, but I'm preparing myself as the mayor to maybe have to argue this area structure plan at the board. Because, so my question is, how is the EMRB even aware? And have they given an opinion on us forwarding an area structure plan that we are very publicly saying does not align with our MDP?
Mayor Hearn, no, formally they are not aware. We did reach out to them informally, and the response was, thanks very much, but let's send it back through the appropriate channel, the ref process, which is to be provided. Marta can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's after first reading and before third reading. So that they don't make any comments until council have at least given it first reading.
Okay. What about regional stakeholders? Because I know we probably send these kind of documents to our neighbors. And
yeah,
would be Sturgeon County voting on this as well. So
yeah, that's accurate, Mayor Hearn. So according to our MDP, new ASP applications are referred to all adjacent municipalities within 1 mile or 1.6 kilometers of the boundary. So in this case, we only have one, that's Sturgeon County. So over the past 11 months or so working on this plan, we have been working collaboratively with them to address their concerns, all of which I can say have been addressed through changes to policies, changes to technical studies, just dialogue and collaboration and communication to clarify fact from fiction. But ultimately, at the end, there were no outstanding concerns that weren't remedied through this process.
perfect. All right, I have more that are very specific to the actual ASP, not these broader things, but I will come back to those. Councillor Hughes, you're first up.
Thank you. So we talked about the timing of the MDP. We did the MDP prior to the annexation being completed, and we did not consider any of the lands the annexation. We did the MDP. So I look at timing. Really, should we have done the MDP after the annexation then? Because we did not consider any of it, and we did not really amend the MDP to reflect those lands. So I'm trying to figure out why when we did the update, we didn't actually reflect them properly to allow development. Because we spent years and millions annexing lands to now being told that we're not going to look at developing them for decades. Why bother annexing them at all then? So I'm trying to figure out the timing here of justification if we did MDP first, or at the same time as the annexation before it was complete. And then we just are now saying we have the lands, but you can't use them.
For you, Mayor Heron, to Councillor Hughes, I can take the first stab at answering your question. So in regards to the MDP growth, it was always a 25 to 30-year plan. Annexation was always a much longer term growth. So we're looking at more 40, 50 years of growth. So the scope of the MDP's growth never involved the annexation lands. It always involved lands within the pre-existing city limits. And it was always a 25 to 30-year plan, and that was to align with the EMRB growth plan. And actually, when we started work on the MDP, much of the growth was already approved through existing area structure plans. So I don't know, perhaps if that helps answer your question, Councillor Hughes, or if my colleagues have additional information as well.
I can also just provide a bit of background as well. When we went to council and council approved both of these projects, they happened in different years, and I think the MDP was approved first, and a little bit later on the actually the annexation was approved first, I think, and then the MDP. But the annexation project was not a guarantee. that the annexation to actually get the lands and the scope of the lands and where those lands would be located was a complete unknown to administration and to our colleagues over in Sturgeon County at the time. We had a broad area that we were looking at. That boundary changed over time and it was refined based upon the annexation. So if we went back in time, maybe there would be some different recommendations or outcomes, but we are here today with these two projects and the information that we have.
Because you see, the challenge I have is that when this is discussed about whether we should do the MDP right now, knowing that there's an annexation on the books, that it was, no, we can do it, we'll update it. But it looks like we really didn't update it. We just did it. And then we also had the annexation, but we did not really consider any of the impact of the annexation lands when we did the MDP. Had we done the annexation and the MT, so you're talking about timing, this is literally, we're just saying we can't do it because we wrote these guys out of the MDP. But this is the challenge I'm looking at right now, is we talk about the timing, and we also have the Northeast servicing. So regardless of who pays for the Northeast servicing, Melcor can't continue to develop Jensen Lakes unless we have something. Erin Ridge, which we've already approved, can't continue to do something unless the servicing is done, right? We know that. It's going to be 70 million or whatever that number comes up to. Let's just say 70 for argument's sake today. So somebody has to front end that 70 million, whether it's us, whether it's developers, somebody has to develop that 70 million. And that's a problem we have for the current area structure plans today. But now we're also saying that half of the lands, 40% is completely undeveloped, currently farmland, high risk right now for payback. We have other lands that are currently being asked to be developed. And our recommendation is that we don't allow those lands to be developed, which means that we're going to have a $70 million bill. And we're saying that half of that bill cannot be paid to whoever chooses to front end it, whether it's us or someone else, for at least 30 years because of our timing thing. So the problem is that we're halfway into this already. We have developers that are expecting to be able to develop, and yet we're not allowing 35 million or more dollars to get paid before the debt's being due, because we're saying this. And the challenge I'm facing, and I realize someone probably wants to say something here, but the challenge that I'm facing is that we're actually telling developers, don't ask us to develop here. Don't ask us to pay those offsite levies to pay for that debt. Don't ask us to actually mitigate that risk for whoever takes it on. And yet someone's going to be expected to take on that risk when we make statements like this of not proposing it. So I'm having a huge challenge right now of trying to actually not be angry to see this. So I'm looking forward to seeing how you propose that we solve the problem of paying a $70 million debt with only $35 million worth of land and offsite levies to pay for it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I'll take an initial stab. So, again, understanding the linkages between Northeast Servicing and the ASP, what you got was the presentation on the ASP. We can look back where we got. I would submit to you that the annexed lands, there was an update done, and there's a deliberate decision made to focus the next 25 years of growth internal and have the flexibility to begin the planning and set the conditions for ultimately the long-term growth. So I would respectfully disagree that it's not incorporated to a degree. The other component of that is this servicing issue is before us today, but it could have been fixed 10 years ago by a number of folks in this room, including the city. And so this is not an issue, I would submit to you respectfully, of the city's making. This is an issue that has occurred over time and could have been dealt with for $20 million a number of years ago by all the parties involved. And so I just caution, sort of being able to point the finger at administration to say that this is an issue of our creation. This is something that has occurred over time, respectfully.
Okay, regardless of when we could have solved it, the problem's in front of us today, and the solution is that we have to come up with the money, or somebody has to. And that person, whoever chooses to come up with the money, has to be able to pay those payments. And we're saying that we cannot develop that land for decades, even though it's in our boundaries. And I agree with Mayor Herron that when this MDP came forward and there's discussions, I don't think that anybody in the council thought that the rest of the land, all the annexation land and any land to the north was going to be unallowed to be developed, just because we said that you want to prioritize in the west. So this is a challenge I'm facing. The other thing we're talking about is that we say we only want a 1.6% growth rate, and that's been history. But Spruce Grove has been growing at 11% for the past 5 years. and they're not concerned about exceeding a 1.6% growth rate. Other places in Edmonton all grow at a higher rate than St. Albert, and they're not concerned about trying to contain growth to a 1.3 or 1.6% growth rate. Edmonton is growing north, south, west, and they're not concerned about going in multiple directions. So I'm trying to figure out why we are saying that if we exceed 1.6, it'll be a problem, or why we can't actually grow in two directions at once, and not say because there's $238 million of growth, let's worry about that problem when it gets there. Why we're literally saying to developers, you can only develop in one area just because this is where we wanted it, where other places in Edmonton and area don't have those same constraints.
So I'll take an initial stab at this. I think the administration isn't saying that we can't grow faster than 1.3% or 1.6%. As demonstrated, we have the capability to grow at a much faster rate than that. It just has not happened over time. So our response to that is that we've got the ability to enable approximately 25,000 people within existing approved plans with existing servicing already in place. So if our growth rate doubled, tripled capacity for several years going forward, at that point, we would notice that we'd be quite concerned probably based upon our assumptions and have to do some updates to our plans. And this in the Northeast is our second growth area, for lack of better terminology. It's just not the priority based upon strategic growth and investment. Katie, did you have anything else to answer?
Just in regards to growth, we have a slow and steady growth rate in St. Albert. That's always been the case. So, we typically grow at just over 1,000 people a year, and on average, that is about 1.3%. No doubt our regional partners have higher growth rates, and that's always been the case. I want to say in regards to growth, regardless of our growth rate, there's only so much growth to go around. So growing to 100,000, that was right in the middle of the EMRB's growth projections. And that's why we came up with Flourish growing to 100,000. It was right in the middle. Now, since then, the EMRB's updated its growth projections regarding growth in the region. And now growing to 100,000 is no longer mid-range, it's on the high end, because other areas in the region have been unlocked for very similar growth. So regardless of our growth rate, whether it's a little bit high or low 1 year or right hitting our average, there's only so much growth to go around.
Okay, out of just curiosity, that 127th Street, out of that 232 million, how much of that is for 127th Street? Do you know?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, and again, perhaps I'll put, I see Mr. Schick on standby. I know at the Standing Committee, the whole meeting back in October, I believe the City of St. Albert portion of that was somewhere in the 40 to 50 million ballpark, but perhaps Mr. Schick could supplement.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. And through you, Madam Mayor, it's a little slightly lower. That portion, it's just the north portion alone is in and around that 35 million mark. So close, but a little bit lower.
Okay. I would love to see later just a breakdown of where that 232 million comes out and not just a balloon statement. Because that could be 127th Street is not even on Sturgeon County's offsite levies. Like they're not even included. So, making a statement like that means that it could easily be 25 to 30 years out, as opposed to actually saying the next 16 years. So, okay. The one challenge I continue to come back with is we annexed all of this land. And in part it was for offsite levies to make all those offsite levies work and work on the numbers. And then we say we're not going to develop the land. I'm still baffled as to why we went to all of that time and exercise.
Mayor, point of privilege.
Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Council approved the MDP priorities. This just really feels like badgering administration.
Yeah, and Councillor Hughes, we're at questions now, not comments.
I'm trying to understand why administration's position, which is highly controversial, is to say that we annexed land, but we're not developing it for 3 decades. I don't understand why we went through this. So I'm sorry, Councillor Jolly, if you feel that it's badgering. I can't understand why we have how many acres of annexed land and then being said that we're not going to do anything. And even if somebody's interested in developing in it, our recommendation is going to be no, regardless of the consequences of everything else that's coming out. That's what I'm trying to really come to, because I see their presentation, but I still don't understand why we have the recommendation we have today.
I think to help out, I think they have stated in their presentation is that there is enough growth for the next few years within the boundaries. I think that is the answer, and I don't think you're going to get a different answer, Councillor Hughes. That's their answer.
If I may.
Unless, go ahead, yeah.
I'll try to provide a bit of a perspective as well. When we worked on the annexation, again, that was a decision by two municipalities that came together to talk about growth in that area. The annexations, the rationale for the annexation were complex and they were numerous. Part of it was from an offsite levy perspective, but it was also about ensuring that the city of St. Albert had room to expand and to grow. And so that, say, development maybe didn't happen within the county, but it actually was able to connect to our servicing and go forward. But even through the annexation process, it was clearly identified within the growth management study that there was enough capacity within the existing city to accommodate somewhere in the order of 25 years of residential growth. I think it was 21 years of commercial growth and 17 years of industrial growth. I'm probably off on some of those numbers, but it was clearly identified within that. But what the annexation provided the city, and still does, is the opportunity for us to now plan that infrastructure. So we do know now how much it'll cost to grow and expand into that servicing bubble, which includes the northeast area and on the other side of St. Albert Trail, a few quarter sections. We also have St. Albert West growing north as well, and then the Northwest. There were 3 servicing bubbles in that report, and we detailed and outlined those. So it is complicated. We're talking numerous years, but we're talking about long-term sustainability and strategic investment.
I'll just leave it for now.
Yeah, okay, because I'm going to go to Councillor Broadhead. Go ahead, Wes.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hughes. You covered a lot of what I wanted to ask. I got to get back to this question about there's only so much growth. And the province is growing faster than it ever has, but we only have so much that can come here. And yet other communities, I mean, in Sherwood Park, they're actually building a whole new city out there in Bremner. Doesn't seem to bother them. I'm just wondering why we say to ourselves, it's a closed bubble here. It's a zero-sum game here. If you add here, you subtract from over there. Why is it not an additive equation here? Instead of growing at 1.3 or 1.6, why aren't we growing at 2.6 or 3.4? I can tell you why we weren't in the past, because we didn't have any service land to give them. But now we have a lot, and we have an opportunity to service more. We've got developers coming, they want to build here. And we're going to say no to them. I don't understand that.
Maybe I can jump in initially. So it's been said a couple of times that administration is seeking to constrain growth. Respectfully, that is not true. So we work off data, and the data states that over the last number of years, and accepting that the dynamic is changing, we've grown at about an average of 1.3%. And so you need to base your projections off data. Otherwise, you're sort of making stuff up, respectfully, just on in terms of that number. And so if we grow faster, as was noted, then that 25-year projection for growth internal, that number gets reduced, right? And decisions are made then based on that timeline and that horizon. So respectfully, this is based on data to underpin a decision going forward. In terms of the other posts, I'll leave it to the experts to talk a little bit again, but I think it was sort of articulated in terms of trying to manage investment through priority growth. That's the concept. And so administration is in no position to say nobody can't or can't do anything. Ultimately, I would say that's council's decision on what can or can't be done based on the current construct. As we look at priority growth west and the forecast over time, our recommendation is to focus there. Absolutely, council can determine to grow at multiple nodes, but then you will incur costs across multiple nodes, and it just has to be managed over time.
Appreciate that. It's a hard thing though to sit here and overturn an administrative recommendation. Don't do that lightly. And yet we have, what you're saying is growth can only go over there, and most of it's owned by one or two developers. We got another developer, 13 for all I know, wanting to develop in another part of the city because that's the land they own. But we won't allow them to do that. So it's a struggle for me for two reasons. One is that there's an opportunity here that we're going to miss. And secondly, there's a statement about our community that we're going to make if we actually kill this ASP. And I don't know how to measure the reputational risk for our community to say that. We're the slowest growing community already. And yet we've been voted the best place to live in Canada. And so I don't understand why our growth rate is so small. Anyway, I'll leave it at that, Madam Mayor. I'm
I know it's
confused
not
by it
easy.
all
Yeah,
here.
I would offer that no one is saying no. It's just the timing.
Well,
But
but
you're
I
right,
mean,
we've
if
got
it's
somebody in
delayed
front of
30
us.
years, it's
Yeah.
essentially a no.
And we've got people in front of us today.
Yeah.
Yep. Counselor Killick, you're up next. I do want to call a break at 3. Do you want to wait or do you want to go start and then come back? How do you want to do it?
We can ask a question now. I think
Yeah, go
this-
ahead. Yeah.
In business, you would do a sensitivity analysis and you would say, okay, if we launch a new product, we're going to cannibalize our old product. And this seems to me we're concerned very much about our existing land that can accommodate 25 years worth of growth and 25 more thousand people the way it is right now. If we were to approve the new ASP, was any sensitivity analysis done on what it would impact in slowing down our existing approved areas to know again because we're just spreading ourselves out really thin. What would it mean to the existing areas, either in time to develop or recovery of offsite levies, or, did we do a financial impact, readjust the financial impact analysis to say what it means in real dollars?
Through you, Mayor Herron, in regards to land absorption, so on average, about 20 hectares of land gets developed every year in St. Albert. 20 hectares. So if I can go back to just talking about the intent of a growth strategy, which is just well rooted in good planning principles. The intent of a growth strategy is to concentrate, say 25, 30 years of growth within a particular area, just to coordinate with all the city services and infrastructure associated with land development. So we can't predict the exact numbers as to what will go where, but it's safe to say that the growth will be more or less spread out with more opportunity for greenfield development. In regards to the financial impact assessment, the way the new two-tier system is set up, the FIA is a requirement of the neighborhood plan and not the ASP. Because a lot of detailed analysis would be required, and we just don't have that level of detail currently at the ASP stage.
Okay.
You're good? Okay. All right, it is close to 3 now. It is 3 now. Why don't we just take 10 minutes, use the bathroom, take a bio break, get a coffee. Natalie at 3:10, we'll be back in our chairs. Okay. Mike, do you have any more questions? You got more? Okay, I'll leave you. Go.
So I just.
All right, yeah, let's start again. You still have more questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Natalie's back. All right, let's get going.
My apologies.
That's all good.
There we go. Hey. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question of, to follow on to the question you asked, just so that I understand it more clearly, is if we approve the ASP, the next step is it goes to the EMRB. And the EMRB, I think, Craig, you quoted a particular passage, but they would look at it and say something like, why would we approve this if there's no strategy and commitment for servicing it? Or maybe I didn't hear that right, but
Through the chair to Councillor Kellick, I don't know that administration can, presuppose what the EMRB might think with respect to the application. Ultimately, they view applications for new ASPs through the lens of the entire EMRB growth plan, as well as its supplemental plans like the regional Ag Master Plan and the integrated regional transportation plan, et cetera. So I happen to single out a single policy because we were talking about the servicing matter. So that is one among probably 100+ policies that they look at when they are evaluating the merits of a new ASP.
But, okay, so that one particular point on servicing, but then when I look at the other $232 million piece of it, they potentially would look at it and say, well, if you're not committed to doing the servicing on 127th or even in the internal road systems or other items, or you're using agricultural land that doesn't need to be used before it's time, before it's absolutely required. They potentially would look at all of those in aggregate and say it doesn't meet the Edmonton Regional Growth Plan as a whole. And I'm not asking you to be a mind reader. I'm just trying to get a sense of how this potentially could move forward or not.
And that section that you read, Craig, only talks about water, storm and sewer. It does not talk about roads.
Right. Yeah.
Just so you know.
So I guess we'll take a step back and try to answer this. The MRB did approve the current municipal development plan, saying that it was in conformance with their growth plan. And if we're saying that this application doesn't conform with our MDP as it is, I think just by default, you're saying that perhaps it will be difficult for the EMRB to approve this plan. However, we can't say that, but there are going to be quite a few policies that we might not be able to achieve through this area structure plan, which is why partially is the recommendation is the way it is.
And a potential way forward would be then would require us to redo Flourish, which would take probably a year or more of new staffing. And I think it was proposed 800,000 to redo all that and get the MDP changed first so that the ASP below it would be more in compliance.
That would be the direction that's one of the options that council has to look at, to send us back to redo the MDP so that we could get it in compliance. But it would be challenging.
Can I just interrupt real quick? So process wise, if we refer to EMRB today and EMRB's third party review says no, then we'll go to the board and I will have the opportunity to argue in front of my peers and they could then turn it down. this is where I get stressed about my ability to persuade or not. But if it does get approved, we could still potentially live as a municipality with one area structure plan misaligned with our MDP. Nothing would force us to do the MDP. I mean, it's not, I know it's like your worst nightmare as planners, but is that not correct?
So I don't know if it's our worst nightmare as planners necessarily, but yes, that is the case. So if our council supports this area structure plan and it's approved by the region, the adoption of this area structure plan would go ahead, whether or not administration thinks that it's aligned or misaligned. Yeah.
I guess it would just weaken the strength of Flourish in my, right? For future decisions, you would.
It could have
Yeah.
that implication, yes. I think at some point we would be coming back as an not just a planning branch, but as an organization to council saying we need to maybe make some amendments to Flourish, because Flourish is not just the planning department's guiding strategic document for growth within the city, but it, you know, our transportation department uses it to make decisions about how they're going to move forward, where they're going to invest. Parks and Recreation, all of our city administration uses this document when we're looking at growth and development and making our recommendations for capital projects to council as we go.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Mike. Keep going.
Just a follow-up then. Is this process kind of kicked off when Landrex made their first application? We said this was driven by a developer, correct? And that was in 2021, or was it slightly before that?
Through the chair to Councillor Kellick, yeah, the current iteration of the ASP as we have it today was received sometime in the fall of 2021. So roughly 3 years. It's been on again, off again for various reasons, such as the annexation, the Carrot Creek Regional Drainage Master Plan that was ongoing, the city's establishment of the 2-tier terms of reference, and the MDP amendments, of course, and a few other things. But let me back up. The current iteration of what we have today was received roughly 1 year ago, so fall of 2023.
Okay. And just in all of those discussions, because we've discussed, you know, lift station locations and stormwater management ponds, we've got a lot of slides and a lot of information. So a lot of detail was discussed with the developers or landowners in that period of time. Was there ever a discussion of how we were going to pay for that servicing? Because it's kind of the foundational piece. You come up with a concept of a plan, but if you don't have the foundational piece of how the basic servicing is going to be paid for, you're building the plan on a foundation of nothing, I guess. Not nothing, sand.
Through the chair. Yes, during the we did bring that up as a conversation. It's not a key element or key decision point that we use when we're doing an area structure plan, is to look at the finances. That's not a key consideration from a planning perspective. However, there was a lot of conversation about the utilities, the expense of the utilities, and the lack of utilities in this area and the ability for us to move forward. So I would suggest, and you may ask them as well, if they understood the constraints that we had with this area from a financial and from an investment piece. I will maybe defer to either Dean or to Jordan in engineering to see if they have any other input to provide.
Hey, I can jump in. And to council, my name is Jordan Betteridge. I will be presenting the project update on the Northeast servicing right after the ASP discussions here. So it's nice to meet you. Just to touch on information on whether or not the development community knew about the costs. The only information coming to my mind right now is that we did work through a memorandum of understanding back in 2020, which went through stages and processes needed to basically undertake the concept and the design and the eventual construction of the project. At that time, I don't know if the anticipated construction costs of the servicing was known, or if what magnitude that was. I don't have that information, but there were discussions way back in 2020 to at least kick off the project and go down that path.
Okay, so maybe there wasn't explicit discussions, but we're dealing with professional developers. They would clearly know that the land would need servicing, and servicing is expensive. They may not have known it was 70 million, but they would have certainly, through their own expertise and past developments, would have known it was 50 or 60 million. Is that a fair assumption?
I would say so. The developers that we work with, they have their own consulting engineers, and they're in the business of installing the similar infrastructure that we do. So even just crayons on a map showing how long a pipe that we need, I think they would have some realization of what the costs are. But again, they could have a completely different realization than the 74 million where we're at now. We did run into obviously some complicated technical problems with this design that we had to overcome through design. So you'll be seeing a lot more of that project update information after the ASP discussion, but they might not have known the extent of the cost is now, but I do feel that they would know at least a ballpark of where we may have been at.
Maybe I could just jump in very quickly, Councillor. And so through the auspices of that MOU, right, that was to essentially to come to an agreement on design stage and ultimately have discussions about how we would fund this. So I don't think anyone saw the rapid escalation of costs in such a short time. I don't think anyone really foresaw that coming. But in terms of the understanding ultimately of where we are today, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
This kind of, I know the Northeast servicing and this one are so intermingled, but this is an ASP question related to the sewer line. We're having trouble figuring out how to, and this might be for you, Diane, predict the return, the offsite levies coming into our fund to service the debt. Is it almost impossible to do without an approved area structure plan? Like, do we need this area structure plan to kind of understand the market and what we're going to be putting on this piece of land versus that piece of land to have a better sense of certainty on the servicing of that infrastructure project?
I would suggest that we could probably get to a better level of finality on some of the financial analysis with it, but I believe we can do a lot more work than we've done to date, which is why we've sort of pushed off the decision on the Northeast servicing, because we do want to do some pretty significant financial analysis, and to the point about looking at some sensitivity analysis in terms of growth and what that would look like and how that would impact. So we do intend to do some significant financial analysis over the next couple of months.
So it doesn't hinge on having an approved area structure plan or not?
I don't think so. I think we can get enough of a sense of it to know where it's going.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see no more members of council who have questions of administration in this kind of first round. So I'm going to go to the applicant first. So the applicant is here, I think, which is Scott Mackey with Invisitech. Is Scott with us? Is he online? There you are. So the applicant is not Landrix, it's you. So I can give the applicant 10 minutes. Because Landrix is just one landowner developer in that entire area structure plan. So you guys are waiving the 10 minutes that I can give to the applicant? Okay, then I will go in order that essentially the public applied. Am I all good, Marta?
That's fine, as long as the applicant is aware of their opportunity to speak and they've decided to waive that, then that's okay.
Yes. Yes, because you are registered for sure. Yeah. Okay, so Mike, you want to go first? Okay. So no, I have one more question. Because Mike, you're representing Landrex.
Yep.
But you have also sent an agent. An agent is for the purpose of when you cannot appear. So do you still need your agent to present?
On behalf of me or in
I've
addition
got
to?
Patrick Shaver representing Landrex, but you're here in person.
Yes.
So do you still need the agent to present?
He's in addition to.
So he's not an agent.
Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
because you
If you
signed a
can-
piece of paper that said he was your agent.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah, I
correct?
did. I thought that you can have multiple agents.
It's all
but-
good. I'm just making
Okay.
sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
No,
okay. So Mike, go ahead. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Mike Yoakum. I'm here on behalf of Landrex to speak in the importance of the advancement of the Northeast Area Structure Plan. An effort that has spanned 4 years and holds immense potential for St. Albert's future. Let me provide some context. This journey began back in May 2020 when Landrex first communicated its intent to bring forward an ASP for the Northeast. By November of that year, we had a concept plan in place. In early 2021, we received feedback from city administration and Sturgeon County. And by April 2021, we submitted the first official ASP report. In December 2021, annexation of the land occurred. Since then, Landrex has made 4 additional submissions in close collaboration with city administration, addressing every feedback point provided. In February of this year, we were told that the municipal development plan might not align with the ASP. The administration had asked us to provide rationale as to why it aligns, and 2 additional submissions were made to ensure we articulated proper alignment. Yet despite all this progress, we were informed on October 17th that administration no longer supports moving forward. This decision came as a shock after years of productive collaboration, particularly when so much time and resources have been invested by all. This map shows all the ASPs current, including the Northeast ASP. The green zones are highlighted residential development and the blue zones are highlighted employment lands. Red is Midtown and Ville-Chariot, which are mixed use. As you can see on the map, without this ASP, there's no opportunity for existing or new homeowners to grow east of St. Albert Trail. Our rationale for initiating this ASP was clear and rooted in 2 critical needs identified back in 2020. First, the school board's need for a high school in North St. Albert to accommodate the growing number of families in this area. Second, there is a pressing need for continuity of housing. As you can see on the table, from 2016 to 2018 alone, St. Albert's population increased by 1,437 people, with Erin Ridge North accounting for 55% of that growth. When we look at housing starts from 2016 to 2024, the data is pretty clear. I'm just going to focus on 2020 to 2024 because that's kind of mimics where our growth is today. As each year progresses from 2020 to 2024, we could see anywhere between 20 and 35% growth year over year of starts. In the third quarter of this year alone, housing starts and we're projected to surpass over 400. That's double what we saw in 2020. Landrex on average has contributed roughly 20% of these starts over those years. Even with communities such as Chariot and Nouveau in the last couple of years coming online, all communities have increased in starts
and Landrex's community is in that same conversation. The North ASP also includes 51 acres of employment lands, achieving a 33% non-residential to 67% residential split. This distribution directly supports council's and administration's 70-30 tax initiative and addresses the pressing need for a balanced tax base in St. Albert. Mayor and council, we've worked tirelessly for 4 years on a plan that meets both community needs and the city's strategic goals. If we do not continue to open new opportunities for development, we risk constraining supply, which directly impacts housing affordability. Home buyers want choice and availability, and if we do not provide that here in St. Albert, they will turn to other markets. That's all I have. If you have any questions.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mike. I know this is not easy for you and neither for us, so appreciate you coming. But I do have Councillor Mackay wanting to ask you a question.
I thought maybe you were going to trump me again or something.
Nope, it's your turn.
No, fine. Thanks for the presentation. I appreciate the data. That helps a lot. In that timeline on your first slide, when were you first aware as a company, Landrex, or as a developer, that there was going to be some servicing constraints potentially in that area?
Well, I think we knew that prior to 2020, before we started this. That was a concern we had for our existing ASP. And it was before my time, but definitely there was a ton of people in the room, especially some city officials as well, to talk about how we can move that forward. At the time, I do believe, like someone had mentioned, it was 20 million. The alignment was different. There was different things at that time. We worked through some temporary solutions for the time being. And then I believe back in 2020, we had the memorandum of understanding that we were going to design and construct and then figure out how we were going to front end that or a collaboration of both at that time. Since then, that had changed. City then took over the design, and a lot of things have happened since then.
Sorry, I think that was just the initial and $2 million around looking at some of the initial studies, right? And I think the city decided they wanted to front end that. I'm just trying to get a timeline in relation to figuring out when some of the restraints that could have been identified on this going forward were identified to you.
Yeah, and I think in 2018, an ASP was talked about. We couldn't figure out how because it wasn't annexed and a lot of different things. And then 2020 was the time where we saw annexation in the horizon, and we started putting, you know, dollars to the paper and starting to make it happen.
Can you, I think you were still with Landrex back when the MDP was being developed. Can you remember if you had any significant involvement or development, or did you highlight Northeast as part of the MDP growth?
I think as a development community, we were at the table reviewing it and had some things we wanted addressed in there, and we went through that all. I think what to note too is even when we annexed the lands, there was an MDP amendment, and so from 2020 to 2024, I think, like administration said, we had annexation, we had an MDP amendment to then put that annexation lands, you know, into some sort of MDP. And then we had Carrot Creek and a few others in there, right? And so after annexation, there was an MDP amendment led by the city to bring in those lands. And at that time, we already had an ASP submitted at that time.
Yeah, thanks. That goes with my understanding of the timeline as well. Thank you.
You're good. Okay, Councillor Kalick.
Thanks, Mike. Could you flip through the most important slide to me, which was the biz res split? And I just didn't have time to.
Sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
There we go.
There you go.
So of the total 50.9 acres, that's the total ASP area?
The 51 acres is designated employment use. That,
Okay. Okay, employment and what? Okay,
so I think admin had theirs up where it said it was 20% employment, 40% other and 40% residential. So
Yeah.
if you took that other out and you just looked at res and non-res, and you took that total and divided it out, that would be the percentage, 33. And
okay, that's why the numbers are different.
yeah, that's why they're different.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see Councillor Jolly's got her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So my first question is about that school site kind of in the, I guess, the north west corner of the ASP. What's the size of the school site in that corner?
I believe the current size is 4 hectares.
Okay. And so best case scenario, like when do you think that could be shovel ready?
Well, there's a few more documents that need to be reviewed and brought forward, but you know, as early as a year and a half, as late as depending on what all transpires, but I think as early as a year and a half, you could be shovel ready.
So you think a neighborhood plan and servicing could be done within 18 months?
That would be our goal, but you'd need a neighborhood plan, subdivision, engineering drawings and servicing. We already have development at that red boundary there. So servicing would not cost us that much and to bring that forward.
Sorry, I'm talking about there not being any capacity in that area.
Yeah, capacity is another issue.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking about that. Like, you think that could be done in 18 months?
I think we had it at a year and a half for commissioning.
Okay. So my next question, I know you've had a few about that, the servicing, kind of what steps has, I guess, the landowners taken to kind of look at how they can fund getting this parcel service, just in terms of there being no capacity right now?
Sorry, is your question on the $70 million
project?
Yeah. So us as Landrex are willing to come in financially. We want to understand a little bit of how that affects the taxpayers, our ability to grow in this area. Obviously, we only have about 50 lots left in Erin Ridge North, and then that's it for the northeast area for growth. So bringing on this ASP would give us that understanding of how much growth we continue to have in this area and what we can contribute. We are open to looking at front ending or having different options, but we have to have an understanding that eventually at some point that return comes back to our pocket to pay back the project that we bring forward.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question for now. So the high water table is something that was mentioned in the report as being kind of one of the technical challenges. I know when I was living in Erin Ridge, it was already a little bit spicy when my sump pump was running 24/7. I don't know, can you talk a little bit about kind of that as a challenge in this area?
I don't want to get too technical into it, but St. Albert generally has a high water table in Erin Ridge North. Currently, we have land and park and other things that are being developed on existing low areas, not necessarily wetlands, but existing low areas. And moving into this area is no different. There is some low areas and there will be schools and other things. And so the challenge that we've currently been facing over the last 10 years is something that will continue to work through as we work through this development.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That's all I have for now.
Perfect. Any more questions for Mike? All right, see none, Mike, have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my registered list of presentations is Trustee Rose from the St. Albert Public School Board. Crimson, are you also gonna speak or like at a separate, or to you guys going together? Together?
Back cleanup, just in case we run out of time.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so speaking of time, I am gonna keep everyone to the 5 minutes just for procedural fairity. Is that fair? Is that a word? Fairness. Thank you.
I need to stop the share first.
Oh.
Ready, set?
Sorry, I thought you were still going to go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
5 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, and community representatives. I'm honored to address you on behalf of the school board and our families regarding the urgent need to secure the infrastructure required for a new school site in Erin Ridge North. As our premier recently shared, the Alberta Advantage continues to draw people from across Canada and globally. Our city, and specifically our school division, is no exception to this growth. Currently, we are serving over 9,800 students and we're growing at 3% annually. Since 2012, we have experienced a 41% increase in student population, creating considerable capacity pressure on our existing schools. In the previous census, the city had grown 9.2%, and our school population over the same time period grew almost 14%. Development brings families, and nearly half of housing starts since 2018 have been north of Villeneuve Road. Back in September 2020, in a joint letter to the Minister of Education from Mayor Herron and Sturgeon County Mayor Nachu, both supported exploration of new methods to make school sites available, specifically for a high school site on lands provided by Landrex in Erin Ridge North upon completion of the annexation. Our two schools in the north, Lois E. Hole and Joseph M. Demko, opened in 2017 and 2019 respectively, after a 25-year drought of school construction. Lois E. Hole is full at 113% utilization, while the 870 student Joseph M. Demko is rapidly filling and saw the largest growth in the division this year at nearly 13%. Similarly, in the west, students from Riverside and Sherroe have increased enrollment and utilization in our existing schools. With increasing populations in both elementary and junior high schools, high school accommodation has been the primary component of our capital plan for several years. The Alberta government has responded to this historic enrollment growth with the September 18th announcement of the School Construction Accelerator Program, an unprecedented investment in school infrastructure. The Premier has indicated in multiple public forums, including most recently on October 30th at the Premier's State of the Province address at the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, that school divisions that come forward with shovel-ready sites will be strongly considered in the capital request process. At that same event, Warrenville St. Albert MLA Dale Nally expressed desire for the Erin Ridge North site project to proceed and offered his support. We need to act now and capitalize on this amazing opportunity with the provincial government. To take advantage of this funding and support, site readiness is essential. School boards and municipalities must work in partnership to ensure priority sites are permitted, serviced, and ready for construction. Projects with shovel-ready sites can move forward quickly without needing to wait for annual budget cycles, significantly accelerating construction. For example, 10 previously announced projects are already positioned to proceed, and that demonstrates the efficiency that site readiness brings. For our division, the optimal site for a new school is within the Landrex lands in Erin Ridge North. This location aligns with the division's capital plan and growing community needs. We saw council's bold leadership just 3 weeks ago with the $62 million investment in the Lakeview business lands, a clear signal of your commitment to St. Albert's future. We ask for that same vision and courage in Erin Ridge North. The infrastructure investment required to service this site is a long-term solution that will serve generations of students and families, ensuring permanent modern learning spaces close to home. We respectfully urge you to prioritize the servicing of the Landrex school site in Erin Ridge North, pass the first reading of the Northeast ASP, and move it through to the EMRB. Doing so will strengthen our ability to meet growing educational demands and reduce the capacity burden on existing high schools. Not doing this will ensure that this area becomes stagnated for any other development and will ensure the lost opportunity we have as a city in front of us today.
Thank you, Christy. I've asked you guys this before, but we'll do it again in the public hearing setting. Even if we were to push this ASP forward today and tomorrow do a boring bylaw for the sewer line, the land's not going to be ready for 3 years. Because they won't have sewer capacity. That's approximately what I'm hearing. If the provincial government was to say you get your new high school in a letter to you guys tomorrow, you don't have a shovel, well, you do have shovel-ready school sites. So are you okay putting it on one of the other 3 sites that we already have shovel-ready? Or would you deny the money and wait for a few years till this site is ready?
Our biggest issue right now is that we need schools on both sites, both in the west and in the north. When you look at the city's map of where existing school sites are, as well as the ones that are available, whether they're shovel ready right now or not, we need all of them. And so if this doesn't proceed, we'll have to pivot, but this has been in the works for many, many years, and we'd like to continue down that path. It's still the best solution.
Sorry, that doesn't really answer the question.
No, it doesn't.
Could you do a 9 to 12 or a 7 to 12 kind of a school on one of the school sites, or K to 9? I don't want to lose provincial dollars for a school.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I think that would be details that our administrations would work out should it come to that.
So the province doesn't say, here's your money for your high school. They just say, here's money for your highest need, or how does that work? Okay. All right.
Based on our capital plan.
Okay. Ken, go ahead.
Thanks, Kathy.
Excuse me?
Your very first slide where you talked about growth, or the second slide. Okay. That one right there. Thank you. So you've got St. Albert Public Schools student enrollment 13.5%. So you've identified it's already that portion of our community is outpacing actually the other side of our growth.
Correct.
So, and I know you're representing St. Albert Public Schools, but do you know or have any idea what the total number of student enrollment is in from the other two school divisions?
I would say that information is coming here throughout the fall as numbers have been finalized, but without telling tales out of school from the meeting we were in yesterday, there's definitely a desire and a plan in the works for a joint letter from all three school divisions with schools in the city, as well as in conjunction with city council, to advocate for municipal support to be able to make this happen, to both municipal affairs, the Ministry of Education, as well as Alberta Infrastructure.
Yes, I appreciate that. I was just wondering if so, I mean, if you combined all of the total school growth, I mean, would it be like a 15% growth number? Would it be still, would you be able to even, is that just guessing?
What I can say is that, so I flipped forward to this slide here, and on the site where we have Joseph and Demko with Sister Alphonse Academy right beside, they're over capacity as well.
And capacity for Department of Education is 85%?
That is the amount that utilization brings the maximum operations and maintenance funding, but a school feels pretty darn full at 85%. And we've got, yeah, many, whether it be north or west, as we see Ronald Harvey would be the closest to Chiro, as is Muriel Martin. They're darn near 100%, if not over.
Just going in relation to what you've heard, and are you talking about that particular site and the timing as to whether or not it'd be what you would call shovel ready, but have you heard anything from the government in relation to what shovel ready really means?
I think actually I would probably turn that back to you guys in terms of what information were you provided at the municipalities convention?
Not much.
No.
Yeah, not much, not much. So how many acres do you need for high school? Because I think the previous presenter said 4 on that site.
That was 4 hectares.
Oh, 4 hectares? Did you say
Yes.
4 hectares? I
I know.
apologize, sorry.
The
I
little
apologize.
girl in me thinks in acres. But we would need 18 acres for sure.
18 acres? Okay,
Yes.
thanks. And that's kind of what the standard is for a high school or combined school? Could you?
By the time you add fields on, et cetera, that's so, and I'm going to turn to our secretary treasurer in the back here, who could perhaps comment on, in perspective, what is the size of the Belrose field area? Because that was definitely a limitation that we had with this modernization, is there's not room to expand, right?
Michael's not registered as a speaker, but in consultation with Michael, it would all depend on what amenities are attached to the site, right? Is what we would be looking at for size. So if you need a football field, for instance, we need a larger site. The site that was originally in the ask when it came forward was roughly 20 acres. That was reduced, I believe, Mike, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it was reduced at city administration's request on the ask, with the understanding that we could grow that site if we needed to. So I think that what we'd like to see, if we put a high school on that site, otherwise the only high school site available in St. Albert is the amenity site.
For that total amount. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jolly, and then Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I guess I don't want to talk about the accelerator fund because kind of as Mayor said, like that's not going to apply to this site at all. But in terms of the size, so 4 hectares, it looks like that's just shy of 10 acres. So does that mean kind of the intent would be to like put a 3-story high school on there? Is that kind of the idea?
I actually think that there would likely be some flexibility, and I will turn to Mike at this point. You'll notice that the map that was provided in the ASP, as it is currently proposed, has 3 separate school sites on there. So I believe there would be the opportunity to consolidate or reconfigure those sites to meet the
I don't
need
know
for
about
Yeah,
that.
that was actually my next question. Mayor, do you mind?
No, go, yeah, keep going, sorry.
Yeah, so I guess would it be the school board's preference? Because normally kind of with the ASP process, I mean, that's where the school site is. So would it be the school board's preference if 2 of those were combined to provide a site that was big enough kind of for a traditional high school?
I think that would be their preference. Yeah.
Jump in. Yeah, so like Crimson had said, probably about 3 months ago, a city administration wanted the distribution of school sites to be equal. And so as a high school site, they obviously need more than different sites. And so at that point, we had it in at, I believe, 8 hectares of land at the time. And city administration had said, I want all the school sites to be 4 hectares. And then we will write in the ASP that when we do an NSP, that we can make those changes up or down depending on the needs of the school.
I don't know, Mayor, maybe we can clarify that when.
Yeah, I'm seeing some nods from the planning staff, but one of us can ask that exact question.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hughes?
Hi, okay, thanks for coming. So I'm not going to debate with you about whether or not public school is growing. It's growing, like it's just, that's just a fact. Now, I remember a few years ago when you met with us and you were talking about how like there was a huge bubble that was in grade 1 that was gonna just kind of explode when it got to the high schools. What grade are they in now?
They're dangerously close. They've just kept moving through the system, right?
Yeah, like are they in junior high now or? We can
Yeah.
wait for the answer. They're in.
Yes.
Okay, because the 2 schools that you have, how full, like are they both at capacity right now?
So I'll go to the high school slide here. So Paul Kane High School was reconstructed and expanded when it was through that process. We had to close to registrations on the 2nd of April of this year for this current school year because it was full. And then Belrose has just had the commencement of the modernization. And so they're going through and that process right now. Living in renovations, I'm sure, is fun. But despite that, there is, because of that age of the kids flowing through the system, that has jumped up as well.
So I'm just wondering, this isn't directly, because I know you guys are coming, but we're also discussing schools as opposed to discussing ASP right now. But just so I'm going to be brief on this, but in let's say 3 or 4 years' time, how much past capacity are you going to be in the high schools? Like, because you're full now and it's continuing to grow. So like, do we have an idea of any projections of when you're going to be like, literally, there's just no more room to cram people into it?
Well, a great indicator has been our kindergarten enrollment in the past. How many years did we have record enrollment year after year after year? So eventually, yeah. And of course, it's going to take time to build the school itself.
No, that's fine. I'm looking at you, Kristen, because I think you might have that number, but like how many years till we literally can't take any more?
So and again, we can reach out to the province to ask for additional modulars. Sorry, I was hitting modernization to fill, right? So we believe right now Belrose is full. The province would say to you that there's still a little bit of room there, but when you're modernizing, so we would say to you that we're full now, right? And as Trustee Rouse just indicated, we are coming through, and we talked about that bubble probably 4 years ago where we saw quite a high number coming through that are probably sitting in our high school right now. And what we're actually experiencing is we've had 4 years of consistently high kindergarten enrollments. This year being slightly a few students less than what we had last year, but other than that, we've seen a trend of continuous growth. So we are very concerned. It'll take time to build a school, especially a high school. We know we just did Paul Kane. It took us just over 2 years. So when we talk about being ready, and Mary Herron made this comment about what could we do, I think we might be able to come up with a simultaneous plan where the sites are being serviced and we are working through the planning process. We have a fabulous school in Paul Kane that we would probably pick up, make some tweaks to, and want to set it down on a new school site. Right.
Okay, thank you.
That is all the questions I have. You guys are good over here? Okay. All right, next on my list is Crimson, but you're good, Crimson? Okay.
More questions.
I think we're good. Okay, now we are up to Scott Mackey. I'm going in the order that people were registered. Which is you next? Scott.
Our presentations are coordinated to ensure information is provided in an orderly fashion.
Okay, but procedurally, I go in order that people registered. I'm sure we'll get all the information.
Pardon me?
We'll get all the information.
I'm doing a summation of their information.
Oh, are you? Okay, so we have to predict what Ray's gonna say?
I always read the last chapter of the book first.
So good afternoon, almost evening.
Yeah, really.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Scott Mackey and I'm here to present on behalf of Landrex regarding the ASP. My career includes over 35 years of work in municipalities on planning. I'm here to share my thoughts based on my experience in working with various municipal plans and policies. No. Why don't you share it, proceed? Oh, it's not being shared. No. Now, it's not up to me to tell you how to interpret or apply your policies as elected officials. You need to decide what's best for your city. I only offer my observations and hope these will assist you in your deliberations. You will hear from a number of speakers today regarding the merits of this plan. What I hope to do is synthesize and summarize some of the key points that you're going to hear. Your consideration of the ASP needs to consider the higher level planning policy documents as well as the technical information that has gone into these documents. For example, the EMRB growth plan is a high level plan that is intended to guide municipal decision making. It is purposely written and organized in a way that leaves latitude for municipal councils to make decisions that are best for the municipality. While there are some hard and fast rules for development in the plan, such as density, for example, which is prescribed, the plan leaves decisions on where and how development happens to municipal councils. Municipalities in turn must prepare their own policies and plans subordinate to the guidance found in the EMRB growth plans. And the city's MDP Flourish was prepared with the city to align with the growth plan. In the report, your administration has prepared a summary discussing the alignment to council direction. In this section, they describe what an ASP must do, an alignment between an ASP and an MDP. I suggest to you that the ASP checks all the boxes. What the MDP says is the West ASP is a priority. Council has demonstrated their support of this priority by passing that ASP, advancing the neighborhood plan, and allowing that area to proceed with development. The current ASP that's before you, though, has also been identified within the MDP as a growth area. Not a non-growth area, not a future growth area, but a growth area. It is a contiguous area of existing development. It provides continuity in that northeast area for the use of services. I will point out that a lot of that northeast area is struggling to develop because of services in the existing Erin Ridge North area and in Jensen Lakes because of constraints in things like the sanitary system. Those constraints, those deficits will be made up in time. And that, as those areas are made up, as those deficits are made up, capacity gets created for not only those areas, but beyond. Council wants to make the best investment in their infrastructure, and by building those additional service connections, additional capacity in the system, they could also create capacity for parts of what is put forward for you as the Northeast ASP. Some services are in place that will support these areas, and some are planned. The school is also an issue, as well as the tax base. I know the city is struggling to try to rebalance their tax base in terms of it bringing on more non-residential lands. As pointed out, this new area, while the goal in Flourish is to achieve a 70-30 split in assessment, the plan has targets a 60-40 split, so would significantly advance what the city's objectives are in that area. I appreciate that the West ASP also contains a bunch of employment area, but I would suggest to you the character of the areas, the business employment areas for this ASP being on the highway, having that level of accessibility will be maybe different, and therefore from a marketplace standpoint offers a more diverse set of employment opportunities. We've been working on this for over 4 years. And received and responded to all the comments. I do not believe this plan is inconsistent with Flourish. I believe Flourish will continue to evolve. The city has a plan, a 5-year cycle for updating Flourish, and as these plans evolve, so must Flourish. There's a time that will be expended before this ASP can proceed development. A neighborhood plan needs developed. It needs to go through redistricting and subdivision, and it's at that subdivision stage that the real test for servicing comes into play. If a subdivision comes forward and the services are not available, capacity is not available, that subdivision cannot go forward, and the owners understand that issue. The reality of it is, though, the planning for this area can commence. There can be work done on this to move it forward in terms of helping the city meet a number of its goals.
All right, thank you. You say servicing can commence. Are you talking some of the interim measures that we are?
Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, my mic's on. Right at the end, you said that development can progress. Are you talking about some of the interim measures for the sewage capacity?
So, for example, right now within the Erin Ridge North area, there's additional stages of Erin Ridge North are being held back because there is insufficient sanitary capacity. I understand that Jensen Lakes also is facing constraints with respect to sanitary. The city has approved those ASPs, and yet there isn't sanitary capacity. This is an ASP that's before you that is going to face those same constraints, but as those capacity constraints are met, it's actually going to create more capacity than what Erin Ridge North and what Jensen Lakes requires. Does the city want that underutilized capacity to sit there and wait for development to proceed? Or it would be prudent for the city to advance this ASP so that it can be naturally staged in association with that sanitary capacity being added and continue to develop.
Okay, good answer. All right, any more questions? Councilor Jolly, you're good? I'm seeing none. And so now that you've summarized Mr. Watkins' comments, I'll invite Ray up to reiterate it. Did I just say councilor again?
No.
Okay.
Just have a presentation here. Just let me share my screen here. Question. Okay, as soon as I get this up, I'll start my presentation here and talk to you. And I'm representing just myself here as a citizen in St. Albert and as a 40-year member of the land development community. Okay, so I'm probably gonna give you quite a different take on what you've heard so far. And it's basically municipal development growth plan designations. There's a priority growth area, there's a growth area, and there's a future urban growth area. And there, we've seen this map, they're laid out here on the map. And as far as the MDPs, what the heck? How come I'm not getting up
Do
there?
we need some help?
It says share screen, but I've shared it, so. Post,
I don't know. Are you part of the meeting, Ray?
yeah, I joined the meeting.
He's in the Zoom? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Zoom, and I send a request.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, there we go. How do I get rid of that thing? Okay,
Can we reset the clock?
yeah, have probably give me a starter. Can you give me a fresh start there? Not in there. Lost a lot of time there.
No, it's all good.
Okay, the municipal development plan has 3 different growth areas. It's a priority growth area, a growth area, and a future urban growth area. And as there they are on the map, and the northeast is located up in the top in the growth area.
It's over here.
The MDP discussions on growth area are pretty limited within the MDP. There's no definitions of the 3 different growth areas. Prioritizing growth in the west is emphasized throughout the document. Growth area, what a growth area is not defined in the document. And lands within the growth area are only referenced once in the whole document. And it's in this section here, 13.1, where they talk about outward growth. And it's the last sentence here where they say landowners may propose incremental residential and non-residential growth at the northern edge of the city beyond approved area structure plans. And that's just what we're doing here. When we talk about priority, we all know what a priority is. It's the quality or state of being prior, superiority in rank, position, or privilege. And I'm going to submit to you that the development in the West has already been prioritized. You've already done that. The West ASP has been approved in record time. Servicing plan has been determined. The project charter was approved for the servicing. The borrowing bylaw is approved. You've hired a marketing expert, I hear, who might just say to support Lakeview. Prioritize. Done. I don't see how we violated this by having this growth area go before the priority, after a priority growth area. So growth in a growth area does not contravene the prioritization of the West emphasized in the MDP. That's my submission. Is there a need for the Northeast Area Structure Plan? Yes. Land in the pre-annexation boundary. I was on the annexation committee and I sat there when involved in that. In the report here, it says it'll take nearly 25 years to fully develop the lands found within the pre-annexation city boundary. So you won't even need the annexation areas. Well, there is not a 25-year supply of land within the pre-annexation boundary. I'm going to tell you that right now. The levy bylaw, which is an $800 million program listed in our city here, talks about the building of major infrastructure in our city. And the costs are collected over a time frame of 25 years. And your own map and your levy bylaw here shows what is developed within 25 years. Everything in green is shown to be developed within the 25-year time frame, which shows all of the Northeast Area Structure Plan, all of your area over there in the West, and a whole bunch of stuff. So there's a huge disconnect here with the planning department saying that this land isn't developed within 25 years, and we've been collecting levies and fees for land that is supposed to be within the 25-year time frame, which shows tons of that land in the 25-year time frame. It also says the city of St. Albert is currently well positioned to accommodate future residential and employment growth through the existing ASPs for the next 20 years. This I challenge also. They're taking population projections based on populations. So they're taking the number of units and they're timesing it by a certain population projector to get a population number. There is not sufficient land supply to meet 20 residential year unit supply through the existing area structure plan. I went through all of them. You're really doing, the last 10 years, this is your stats, you're doing 500 basically units a year of residential housing. So the yearly average is 511. So if you look at that, 512 units a year, 20-year supply, you're going to need 10,230 units of housing. Okay, so I'm going to tell you why it's easier to use units versus people, because people vary in units. Units don't vary. We know those are hard stats. I did 3 things to come up with my stats. I looked at the Alberta land titles base and I calculated the exact area. I looked at the approved area structure plans and I talked to the developers in the area. And here's what's left. Okay, you've got 3,000 units left in Riverside. You've got 120 units left in South Real there. You've got 3,200 units left in all of the West ASP. These are right out of your stats, out of your plans. Okay, so, and then there's a zoom in there of the land that's residential. So when you add that all up, oh yeah, there's the remaining units in Aberdeen's piece, 1,000. When you add that all up, that's 7,500 units. That's not 10,000 units. You don't have a 10-year, you don't have a 20-year supply in the existing ASP. You can talk about Kingsview Regency. That project's been dead for a decade. He's not developing any lots in there, so you can't count that and add it in. You're going to talk about infill. There's not a lot of infill. You've got multiple sites that were zoned. They're still sitting vacant in the city, okay? So you need these lands to get it done. Within, what do you call it? Distracting me. Within Erin Ridge, you got 60 lots remaining. Within, Jensen Lakes, there's 3,093, which you plan putting on hold. If you stop this, there's another 4,500 here. There's 7,500 units which are putting at risk here without proving this plan and the servicing. So in summary there, I think we do need this. The Northeast Area Structure Plan is not within a future growth area. It's in a growth area. This is why, if it was a future growth area, why wasn't it designated future in the plan? Why was it designated growth area? And I can just keep going on. Development.
Yeah, your time's up.
No idea what that the focus on the West was going to mean, that there was going to stop growth in the North. The West has been prioritized. Well, I can go on.
Yeah.
That's it. Any
Did
questions?
a good job keeping it closest to 5 questions for Mr. Watkins. I'm seeing none.
None? Okay, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
your
Ray.
time.
Hang on.
As I said, the West has been
Ken,
prioritized.
You have a question? Sorry, Councillor Mackay has a question.
Sorry, Ray, can you then, so the crux of your presentation, and to summarize it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is you're just saying that right now that we don't, even though administration has presented a potential that we are meeting our meeting growth targets, you're saying we're not meeting growth targets, and you need to know.
What I'm saying is there's not enough units. See, they're calculating it based on population. And what the population does is it takes a housing unit and then it times it by a multiplier of how many people that they think are going to be in that house. So if you have one residential unit, it's usually 3.46 people, and apartments like 1.98 or something like that. So what I'm using is units. How many units you had built of residential housing, whether they were single family, multifamily or not. And that shows 500 a year, 511 a year. So 20 years times 500, that's 10,000. And I just showed you how I added it up around. I went and saw how many units. I took your ASPs. I took how many units were built. I called Melcor. I saw how many units they had in Jensen Lake built. I talked to land reps, talked to everybody, and came up with the numbers, 7,500 units, give or take. Now the city could probably take those numbers and they're going to come up with a fudge factor of a different number. But I mean, it's roughly 7,500 units, which you have, not 10,000. And as I said, if you look at the levy bylaw also, the levies that the development industry have been paying are based on development, which is going to occur in the next 25 years. And on your own levy bylaw and your own map, it shows all those lands. It shows a ton of lands in the annexation area being developed within 25 years.
Yeah, I took your point in relation to Kingswood.
What's that?
I said I already took your point in relation to Kingswood.
Councillor Broadhead also has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. You flew through your presentation and Councillor Mackay covered my question as well, but I'd love to have your presentation so I can look at it. Can you send that to us?
I will certainly send it to you tomorrow. You see, the time frame is it's pretty tight when we only get the report on Friday afternoon about the servicing, and it's kind of hard to kind of get a presentation, do it, and then kind of give it to you on Friday also. So that's why I kind of worked on this all weekend. So sorry, that's why I couldn't really get it to you in advance.
Good.
Make a tight time frame, but I will more than gladly send it to you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate that.
Any other questions? We're good? Okay. Next on my list is Dominic Miss. Is Dominic with us? There you are. Now, Dominic, you have registered to speak representing yourself. And also as an agent representing Joan Miss and also as an agent representing Green Acres. No problem. You're allowed to do that. I just want to make sure that those 3 presentations are quite separate and not repeating.
It's one and the same, Madam Mayor.
But do you require the full 15 minutes?
No.
Okay.
Joan Miss and Green Acres are landowners, excuse
Yeah.
me, that are included in the ASP area.
Perfect. Yeah.
So good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Dominic Miss, and I'm here speaking in favor of the approval of the Northeast St. Albert ASP on my own behalf and on behalf of my mother, Joan Miss, as well as a family corporation which owns land in the ASP area. We own a quarter section in this ASP area. And while I live in Edmonton now, my mother, brothers, their families all continue to live on the property. And it's a property that the family has owned for over 50 years. In 2007, our land was annexed by the city of St. Albert. So this is land that is outside the 78% or whatever it is the administration has referred to as being in the recently annexed lands. As you know, we are not the applicant. In fact, we were only made aware that our land would be included in the proposed ASP area when we received notice of the public hearing to be held in September of 2021. We were advised at that time that the city required Landrex to include our land in their ASP. In any event, we subsequently hired our own planners to provide us with advice, investing time and money into the process. While we may have been reluctant at first, it became evident to us that there was an opportunity to develop our land much more quickly than we had previously anticipated. During our participation and communication with city administration, we were led to believe that the ASP would be sent to council with the administration's full support. This process had been going on, to our knowledge, for over 3 years, and we understood that whenever the planning department raised concerns, the applicant dealt with them satisfactorily. Consequently, it came as a considerable shock and surprise to us when we read that the administration would not be supporting this ASP. This is not the reaction the city should be looking for when trying to encourage growth and investment within St. Albert. Investors want certainty, not surprise. And it begs the question of how the administration was discharging its duties. The basis for the administration's failure to support the Northeast ASP is on the grounds that it does not comply with the MDP. This is a fundamental issue, and one would have expected, if that was the case, the administration would have conducted this review as an initial part of its analysis into the ASP. Instead, it provided comments over 3 years, only bringing it up what it considered to be a fatal flaw at the 11th hour. This is a waste of everybody's time and money, including the cities. And we've heard today, and I believe in the administration's report, that the administration is short of resources and would like more in order to conduct its duties. The contents of the administration's report to council create additional harm to our lands. Not only does it recommend against development today, but it opines that there is sufficient available land in St. Albert now that the West ASP has been approved, so that development is not foreseen in Northeast St. Albert for decades. Now, it's the point has been made that this is not killing development in Northeast St. Albert, it's just delaying it. But we're talking about decades here. None of us are likely to be here. Hopefully we are. But that position effectively sterilizes our land for years to come. And if that is the case, overnight, the value of our land will plummet. So instead of being lands that are ready for development, subject to an investment in sewer capacity, which we've heard at length today has been an issue, the development community is being told to look elsewhere. If that were to happen, we would have been better off not having had our lands included in the Northeast ASP in the first place, which again was a requirement the city imposed. And this situation would be a shame, and it is unnecessary. Our discussions with the development community have revealed to us that people want to build in Northeast St. Albert. There's all kinds of activity going on up there. You've got the Costco there, you've got development along St. Albert Trail. It's a magnet. It's the kind of activity the city is looking to encourage. The only thing holding back further development up there is sewer capacity. We've been told by the administration, and again, you've heard today, that there's effectively a freeze on new development in Northeast St. Albert as a result of the lack of sewer capacity. I'm at a loss as to how this could have happened, because in our limited conversations over the course of involvement in this ASP, we understand that this problem has been known for years. We recently met with the engineering department and the planning department to discuss the sewer situation, and understand that council's committee of a whole also discussed funding for this on October 8th. We have heard today as well that the costs of delaying completing the sewers have gone from $20 million some years ago to, when we met with engineering and the planning department last month, $70 million to $74 million today. The costs keep going up. There is a way forward to deal with this, but the lack of sewer capacity will not solve itself. It requires the city to make a long overdue investment now for the benefit of the long term of Northeast St. Albert, and to stop kicking the can down the road. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Thank you, Dominic. I'll just start with, it's nice to have you here. You are a huge landowner. The Miss family is, and I don't think I've ever met you, so it's really nice to have you here.
Nice to meet you.
Lots of questions about this big square piece of land up in the Northeast, and it's just, I appreciate you coming in and expressing an interest to get developing. So that's great. Any questions of Mr. Miss? Seeing none? Thank you. We're good.
Thank you.
Next on our list, and I'll read it in order because there's, I've got Patrick Shaver up next, and then Art Valerio. And then I have Sue Keating, but she's only here to answer questions if council has any. Is that correct? I've got you on, you mean the servicing? Okay, it says here the ASP, but okay. Good to know. All right. Okay. All right, Mr. Shaver, go whenever you're ready.
Sure. Thank you very much. Your worship, council, my name is Patrick Shaver. I do consulting work for land developers up in the Northeast area structure plan. Just want to touch on a few things very quickly, and happy to answer some questions. I'm going to talk about some opportunities, certainty for planning and investment. First, from the opportunity point of view, and you've seen the maps and you've heard the discussion. There's great opportunity in the Northeast. There's momentum there. It's been built up. It's been built up through St. Albert Trail, and it wants to continue. When you look at the opportunities, it's not just residential, it's employment. So, and then it's not just employment, it's also the associated amenities, like schools, parks, and other services that are going to be bring to help and then continue to enhance the Northeast area, an old north area of St. Albert. A certainty. If you approve, or when you approve an area structure plan, you provide certainty to landowners and developers. You just heard the landowner, Dominic Mitz. You've heard the developers, Landrix. It's also for businesses, and not just new businesses, but existing businesses that have invested there. The food store is going there because they know there's growth, or they anticipate there's growing growth, or they thought there's going to be growth there. And if it's not, what message is that sending? That was brought up before. We talked about residents, we talked about the schools. The school board came and said the same thing. They want certainty. So approving this gives a lot of certainty. So what does this mean for forward planning? Well, when you look at the document itself, as Mr. Watkins had, it is compliant with the MDP, as Mr. Mackey said. You know, it reaches the density compliance. It's compliant with that. It's also compliant with the non-residential land uses that the city of St. Albert wants. So which brings us really to the investment component. As I'm talking about, it's the infrastructure. So there's comments made earlier about the west and why it's there because Ray Gibbon Drive. Well, if you look at road infrastructure, you have St. Albert Trail, you have Highway 2 that goes north, you have the major corridor that's going to access this, it's already there. So what's the issue? The main issue is brought up is you've got sanitary capacity and you've got some storm capacity issues and you've got water. And you know what? Yes, you do. And I will submit any subdivision, any area structure plan almost always has issues. That's just why you plan for it. This is why you approve an area structure plan. This is why you give certainty to go with the landowners and the administration and council and the whole city to say, how do we plan? How do we bring this forward? So when we look at the 70 to 74, $75 million right now, that's an estimate and things are going to tighten up. And I think there's a presentation shortly, a little bit more from administration. I want to make sure that's clear that that is leviable money. That is money that is paid by the developers. So the question is really, is it upfronted by the developers? Is it upfronted by the city? Is it a combination? Or is it pay as you go? That's what we'd love to do. You're paying levies and we're building infrastructure as we go. It's not always possible, but that's how you invest in a neighborhood. And when it talks about the 232 million, again, if you look at that information, and I've gone through the report, but the majority of that, again, is leviable infrastructure. It's not taxpayers' money, it's infrastructure, and it's not being built tomorrow. It's in over the next 10 to 20 years. Most of those items are in 2030, 31, 32. 127th Street doesn't even have a time frame on it. So it's not within the time. Let us develop, let us pay the levies, let's build that pot up. And over time, that stretches it. It's not a 230 million plus another 70 million that the city of St. Albert's going to borrow tomorrow to start this project. I'm going to talk about the EMRB policy very quickly, 4.3.2. And it talks about the long-term capacity. The intent is not capacity is there today. The intent is not you have a boring bylaw today. The intent is not being constructed tomorrow. It's just you have a plan in place. And again, this is what this brings. This brings a plan in place. So you're not inconsistent. You're not non-compliant. It will go to the MRB. There may be other items and policies that it has to take a look, but those are absolutely fine. So what I suggest is two things. Number one, approve first reading. Approve first reading of the area structure plan. As said, it's not going to, it doesn't mean we're in the ground tomorrow. It's going to the EMRB. And number two is direct administration to work with the developers, to work with the landowners, to come up with a plan for the infrastructure. We could look at it smart, we could look at timing, we could look at staging, we could look at interim measures, but let's come up with a plan. Anyways, thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Shaver? We're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, on the public hearing side, we have Mr. Art Valerio.
Okay, so I had a long list of things I would like to talk about. Firstly, let me say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to everybody here today. I think everything that I wanted to cover has been covered off by many of the consultants, engineers. We own land, and maybe we are the smallest fish in this big pond. We only own 100 acres, but our land is 7 minutes and 15 seconds away from this location. So I think we represent the closest piece of land that has been part of the existing ASP. But maybe we've been at this the longest as well. We bought the land in 2004 when I was a very, very young man. And our intention was to develop it. I've been in the real estate industry for 45 years. And that was the intent. And we knew that it was a long game, and that a lot of things would have to happen before we could actually do that. So we moved ahead, and we got to the point where we actually presented the very first ASP for this area in 2017. And that was with the blessing of both Sturgeon County and the city of St. Albert. We progressed to the point where we were presenting an ASP that was a third-party ASP because annexation hadn't happened, and kind of came to a grinding halt in 2018 for a number of reasons. Annexation was the primary reason for that decision, I believe, at that time. We also did come up with a solution for servicing, but I don't think that's important today. I think what's important today is to talk about the opportunity to develop. The ASP as presented today is not a mandate to develop, it's an opportunity. So why is it only 19 days ago that we found out after 12 years that we're not going to have support? That's the part I'm struggling with the most today. Now, I know the answer to that question has been illustrated, you know, in 17 different ways. And I understand all the reasons, but I don't understand why we're trying to stop development in one area and allow our competitors, and our competitors are not just development competitors. Our competitors as St. Albertans, I guess, are adjacent communities, adjacent municipalities. Sturgeon County now has restructured their lot size requirements to reflect more urban type lot sizes. Well, Sturgeon County is bordering my lands. If I'm buying in the future and I have a choice, then I might select St. Albert because St. Albert is the place I want to live. But if I don't have that choice, then I have Sturgeon County to look at in the future. Certainly holding back development for decades would put us in a position where we would, in fact, or maybe we are the reason that growth is slow in St. Albert, because we haven't opened up the opportunities for people to select us. I don't think it's good business to put all your eggs in one basket and say, well, we've got the West. If you want to come to St. Albert, you have to live in the West. I personally don't live in the West. I like the West, but I like the North. I live in Kingswood, and I know that, and I agree that those lands are, well, they're not going to be developed in my lifetime. So, you know, I guess our perspective is choice is important. And in order to compete in this environment moving forward, we need to give homeowners a choice. But mostly, we need to give our own families a choice. What about my children, your children, the people who want to move into St. Albert or stay in St. Albert as families? They may not choose the West. Why not give them more choices? At this point, that's all we're doing, is providing choice. And that's it, I'm done.
Excellent. Appreciate you joining us today. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Valerio? Okay, seeing none, that is it for public presentations, but it does allow us now to, you know, react to some of those presentations and ask questions of administration. So I'll open it up to council, but I'm going to start with a couple. We've heard from more than one presenter that they've been working collaboratively with the planning department and city, and they thought that it was going to go forward with a recommendation of support, that they had addressed all their concerns. I'm curious to how you would characterize some of those conversations, because I would hope that you would not be obviously leading the development community in a direction that surprised them. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to maybe speak to it, and then if Christina or one of the other members of the team need to help, they can. I would suggest that there have been discussions for a number of months going back about concerns about the MDP alignment with the ASP, and staff recommendations or requests to consider bringing forward an MDP amendment if they wanted to go forward with the ASP in order to make sure that there was consistency. So that was flagged some time ago. I would suggest that we also generally, when we respond to applicants, we respond to the applicant on file, and we leave it for them generally to communicate to all of the other impacted parties within that area structure plan. So from that perspective, we try to keep singular points of contact so that we aren't miscommunicating and cross-communicating about things. And so that's kind of generally what we've done.
Okay. You're good? Nothing to add? Okay. And my other question is completely different. It's more the details of the plan. I was curious about why we called the school sites potential. I like the clarity of being able to put a sign on the empty piece of land saying future school site, but you call them potential. So question mark is why are we not just identifying this is the school site in this area structure plan? And my second question is about the comments earlier that the city requested that there be 3 instead of having one bigger one. So go ahead, Craig.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So according to Municipal Government Act legislation, the municipality has the tool of municipal reserve through which we can acquire up to 10% of the lands for municipal purposes. Now that's got to be very carefully, it's got to carefully balance a number of competing needs. Competing isn't the best term, but we're talking about school sites, playgrounds, sports fields, trails, community parks, and so on and so forth. Through the 2-tier terms of reference, it does stipulate that I believe it's every quarter section or so requires one school site. Adding the word potential in there, that's just kind of a best practice. It's just a best practice that many other municipalities adopt, given that the actual funding of a school is provincial jurisdiction as opposed to municipal. So it is intended to be a school site, but it may potentially not. It depends on future socioeconomic and demographic realities that are not always within our ability to predict. There is a policy in there that seeks to explore the consolidation of 2 school sites, but for now, they're on the map as a placeholder. Again, I'll reiterate that an ASP is it's a high-level document. What we often like to say that an MDP is a kind of a 30,000-foot bird's eye view, or that might be high for a bird, maybe an airplane view. The ASP brings it down to the bird level at 15,000 feet, and some of those details are refined. But as community needs become known in the future, that's when those school sites, whether it's an elementary or a high school, whether the site is a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, we can massage those details when they're known in the future. So there is a way of saying that's why it's potential.
There is an opportunity to amalgamate some of this MR lands to a bigger site.
And we have a policy that stipulates that verbatim.
My only concern, I don't know if we have a municipal policy or not, but when the El Dorado site was given the Francophone Junior High School, there was community uproar, and so we were putting a school on a school site, but we decided, and I don't know if we have it written down anywhere, to put the signs up that says future school site. So what I'm worried about, I'll get right to you, Adrian. What I'm worried about is the belief that we're going to have 3 school sites in here, and then the city wants to put a library or a church or affordable housing on one of those pieces of MR for like municipal purposes. And school boards are going to come to us screaming, saying, no, that's a school site. And maybe the neighbors are going to say, we would rather have school sites than homes for heroes or whatever we decide. So to me, this seems unclear and setting us up for problems in the future. Adrian.
I forget my place with Christina. I'm still adjusting. So maybe I'll speak to it just because I had a little bit more of the historical experience. And you mentioned it, El Dorado, that site was specifically why we started to talk about potential school sites to enable flexibility, because if you recall during the discussions with the public, there was an assumed certainty that the school could only be in X location instead of
on one corner.
Located within the site,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
So from that perspective, that's why we've added a little bit more flexibility. And as Craig mentioned, as development occurs, then we kind of narrow down as to needs among school boards, et cetera. With respect to the signs, that is part of our practice. So when we do get a new potential school park site, we put up a sign on that site that identifies it for awareness that it could be either of those uses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so as long as the school boards don't believe that they're getting 3 schools and we're going to have a fight on our hands if we want to do something different. There's no grandfathering in that like we have in the past. Okay. That was just a concern of mine. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have the one question. So I was thinking back, and like we've been here for a while, not here today, but here on council, Mayor and many of us here. And when we did the MDP and there was the approval and there was a mention about the growth priority areas, and people came up and said that they were concerned that the way that it was written would preclude them from being able to develop to the north. And our response was, no, it's a growth priority. It's not a priority, but it's a growth area. So we wouldn't be doing that. And in the document that Ray Watkins put forward very quickly, send it to us, please, Ray. But it mentioned how it said that it wasn't stopping it and we'd look at it a case by case basis. So what I'm seeing today is that it's against the MDP. And so we have to say no, but at the same time, it says in the document that we will look at it in a case by case basis. So what I'm not seeing is on this case by case basis, what would be the rationale that we would say you can't develop to the growth area, especially after when the MDP was approved, we said that that would not preclude development when we put in priority versus just growth.
So I'm gonna try to answer statement, and I'll look over to Katie as well. Again, remember Flourish is a 25-year document. Achieving all of the goals within Flourish do not happen within the first 5 years or 10 years. So when we're talking about looking at things on a case-by-case basis, that is, again, within the lifespan of the document. I would suggest that the ASP and the applicant has put forward a best effort to try to their very best, achieve compliance and conformance with Flourish. However, this strategic element is still the issue that administration is bringing forward to council, saying that we have concerns about and saying that we don't see that alignment. If there was additional input that we've been able to receive from the applicant regarding that conformance, we might be able to provide a different recommendation going forward. It may not change it either. It just depends on the information that we're provided at the time. If we see growth rates that change, if we're seeing higher absorption than anticipated, that would be some of the information that we would use to say at this time we could go forward and look at these other areas, because in the north, it is contiguous as to some of the points that were raised by some of the applicants. Katie?
Thanks, Christina. And just to complement what Christina has said, our planning recommendation, yes, it's based on a policy review But ultimately, when we bring something forward to council, as professional planners, we ask ourselves, does this represent the public interest? Does this represent good planning? So that's something else that we highly value and that is foundational in our recommendations to council as professional planners. In regards to growth and the question about the policy that basically provides flexibility for whether it's analyzing or approving, let's say, new area structure plans on a case-by-case basis. So there's been a lot of discussion about growth, but there's also other policies at play. So for example, we consider, is this triggering the premature conversion of agriculture lands, keeping in mind RAMP is now part of the EMRB growth plan. Another thing to consider is our intensification target of 20% moving to 30% over the course of Flourish. So I believe, I don't recall which speaker it was today, but someone said, we have no infill, we have no redevelopment. And one of the reasons why is because there is no shortage or supply of greenfield development opportunity out there. So it's complex. There's lots of things we consider, but I hope that sheds some light explaining our planning justification on the matter.
No more questions.
All right, I'm seeing no more questions from any member of council. So.
Sorry, Mayor, I just have a couple.
You have a couple, go ahead.
Yeah, so kind of my question is about our debt strategy and I guess 10-year capital plan. So I get the sense that if this were approved, like if this got 3 readings, it would turn that kind of plan on its head. Am I understanding that correctly in terms of reprioritizing infrastructure projects and
Yeah,
timing?
I think you have to separate the area structure plan from the Northeast Servicing Project.
Well, and so even that aside, I'm just talking about the ASP. So in terms of kind of the infrastructure stuff outside of the waste situation.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Jolly. That is one of the MDP is kind of a financial sustainability plan that focuses on those sustainability of infrastructure investments. So that is something that we did put a recommendation as part of again in the Northeast Servicing update, that we would like to have more of a overall analysis that would look at those risks of that future investment in the infrastructure. Because it isn't just about, do we have the debt capacity and the debt servicing to afford it? It's on the opportunity cost you're giving up by investing of those others, because we're balancing all the services of the city. So that is something that we are recommending that analysis be done as part of this.
Well, and in point of fact, I would say that, the alteration of the agenda to go to a information item as part of the Northeast Servicing absolutely is to enable us to do that analysis to come back to you.
Thank you. And my last question, so we heard from, I think it was the proponent that said that best case scenario, we could have a shovel ready school site, that 4-acre site ready in 18 months. I felt that was a bit optimistic. Can someone comment about kind of how long that process generally would be, to actually have everything ready to go?
Through the chair, I'll get our friends in engineering to support this. I would suggest maybe the 18 months is from when the servicing is actually there from the initial investment. I don't want to presuppose the presentation that they had, but I'll pass it over to Jordan for those numbers and timelines.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in the report and the presentation that will be following this, best case scenario that we're looking at to advance the construction process of the servicing, we would be looking at construction starting near the end Q3, Q4 of 2025, and it would be approximately 2 years to get all that construction done. So I would say end of 2027 just to get the major servicing pipe in place. And then beyond that, we would be able to work in tandem with the developer to progress some of the development processes, such as redistricting and perhaps subdivision. But we would want to see the actual servicing in place before any construction, any building gets put on there. So
So probably 2028 or thereabouts. Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions from members of council? I see Councillor Hughes has made a request to motion. I assume that's to close the public hearing.
Yes,
Before I take that, I'm just making sure we're good. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
sure. So whether we do the main one or the alternative one, it's
We're just
first
closing
two are
the
the
pub- we're
same.
Just closing.
But I'm just letting you know, so I'm just, they're the same for 1 and 2 regardless which way we go. The public hearing for bylaw 16/2024 be closed.
Okay, call for the vote on that. Voting is closed. And the motion passes unanimously. I am gonna call a dinner break at 5. But Councillor Hughes, did you just indicate what, are you gonna bring forward another motion?
Well, we'll just see what number 2 says if, because we did the first time. Okay, I'm going to be, the recommendation is to say it's defeated and that's not a motion. So
Yeah,
we have to do alternative 1 regardless of whatever comes of it, I guess, because,
no, you can make a motion to defeat. That's a valid motion.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to do number 1,
You could-
alternative 1.
So you're gonna go to alternative number 1. Let me get there.
Right, so it is just that we read it the first time, that bylaw 16/2024, being the adoption of the Northeast St. Albert Area Structure Plan be read a first time.
So first reading.
Yeah, and on, just to speak on this, I'd recommend the council
Hold
vote
on.
in
Okay,
favor.
Just make sure I know. So you're on
Just so we read it.
alternative 1, if you're doing first reading.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll accept that. Go ahead.
And it's expected that council will give first reading regardless of if the final decisions, that we should vote in favor of this to respect the fact that the proponent has come forward and that he deserves to have a first reading.
Is that so much a thing when we've already had a public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, no, so no other comments on first reading? Councillor Jolly, I can't see you anymore. Where'd you go? Okay, no hand up. All right, I'm calling for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. All right, are you wanting to continue?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The Schedule A of bylaw 16/2024 be referred to the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board.
Okay, accept that motion. Go ahead.
Okay, so council, I can say that some of us were here during the annexation, some of us are new. And sometimes just with time, we seem to forget everything that happened in the annexations. But there was never an understanding, at least on my part, and I don't think for anybody who was on council at the time, but you guys can tell me if you understood differently, that by approving the MDP, that we would be obstructing or certainly delaying substantially the development of anything that was not to the west. There was discussion at that time about concerns from the development community saying, well, if you do this, then it's going to prevent us from being able to develop. And we were assured that they said it is a growth area, so we would not be treating it like that. And here we are today. So there's many reasons, which many people have brought up today, to say that let's move this forward. If the MRB chooses to say that it's not in line, well, that will be their decision. This is certainly, in my opinion, kind of subjective because we do not have a definition of what the growth area means. And so it's being subject to interpretation, and the current interpretation is it's not congruent. I personally disagree. That was not what I agreed to when I agreed to the MDP. That was not what we thought of when we said we needed to annex the lands, was not to annex them and then not develop on them for 30 years. Otherwise, we really could have waited decades to do that. The intention was to develop, to give the opportunity, not in a leapfrog method, but simply natural growth, which is what this is happening. The proponent, we knew that the proponent wanted to develop these lands before the annexation was anywhere even near being thought of. So this development isn't a surprise. This is just simply the fruition of having it come through and having finally the opportunity to bring this to council and to have the development considered. One of the real challenges that I'm looking at is, and I mentioned this, is that regardless of who pays for the lift stations and everything else, someone's going to have to make those debt payments. And whoever makes those debt payments, whether it's the city or we say it has to be someone else in conjunction, they have to have confidence that they're going to be able to make those debt payments for the full term of that debt, which is 25 years. And it's been very clear to me that we cannot build half a lift station. We cannot build part of this servicing, that the full cost is going to have to be developed if we want to allow the development to the north to continue. So we have to be able to offset that risk and to be able to say that the land that's affected by the servicing is going to be allowed to be developed should a developer choose to invest in our community. Otherwise, we're putting whoever puts this onto us, which includes potentially City Council and the rest of St. Albert, on the hook for potentially now 50% of the cost of the servicing. So we need to make sure that we make a statement to developers, to everyone, that whoever moves forward and says that they're going to do it, whether it's us or someone else, that we are not going to stop the ability for that debt servicing to be made. That needs to be very clear to the development community and to whoever is going to take on that risk. Otherwise, we're literally going to bring that to a standstill because no one would take on a risk where they're on the hook for 35 million or more dollars with no opportunity to have it paid back before their debt comes due. No one would do that. So in reality, we're already here. We already said yes to Johnson Lakes. We already said yes to Erin Ridge North. We already have development there. And so we can't say that we're not going to allow further development to occur there because we have an MDP that we're interpreting this way. It's not fair to the people who have invested. And it's not a statement that I think that St. Albert wants to make to anybody who wants to take the time to actually invest. Like there's millions and millions of dollars and lives that have gone into this. And to me, if someone says that they want to invest in St. Albert, we say we are open for business. And we will not get in the way of allowing them to invest and believe in what we also believe in. So, as I've said, this is not a leapfrog. This is a natural growth. We knew this plan was going to happen. And we cannot be shooting anyone, including ourselves, in the foot because we have this coming in January, one way or the other, to increase the risk for whoever takes on that sanitary. So I understand what administration brought forward. I understand your statements, but I also believe that we should be approving this today. We should be moving it forward. And we should be telling the development community who are investing and including and growing our community that if they were going to come for us for an ASP, and if we're going to say no to them, it will not be based on the interpretation of an MDP. There would be other substantial reasons to justify it. And I don't see any other reasons that have been brought forward to say why this should not be moving forward to the MRB. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually don't have much to add to Councillor Hughes's comments. Covered the rationale for moving this to the EMRB for sure. I do want to say this though, is that I don't think anybody sitting here goes against an administrative recommendation lightly. And I just want to say that because I know you're professional. I know that you work hard on what you do and you are proud of your activity. And I want to support you in that. But the conundrum I think that we're under is how do we build our community and support our city and support the development industry that is coming forward and say, we're willing and able and we're a willing dance partner to build part of the community. And so the next step in the plan is to send it to the MRB and see what their opinion is in relation to the municipal development plan. And then we'll continue down this path one way or the other. That's my thought, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I'm supportive of growth in this area, but I'm also very aware that planning best practices help create a planning or a thriving community. That's why we're here. Before this moves forward, we really should invest in amending our MDP so that we're considering those best practices really at the forefront of our decision-making process our planning process. We have to consider how to grow well so we can continue to be the best place for families to live. You know, even today we heard from the school board saying that this configuration is not ideal for them. They said that a 4-acre site doesn't work. So just, you know, hearing that little bit of feedback is really a sign to me that we need to do more planning in this area. People live in St. Albert and they move here because we're thoughtful about the services we provide, the way we grow, and the way we use our resources. And, you know, this is a tiny example, but I'm confident that the pool our residents said they want 7 years ago, that plan will be dead in the water for a long time. If we make kind of one-off decisions like this that are outside of our priorities. So I'm just not able to support this project until we have better information, really an updated MDP to make the best possible decision for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to referring to EMRB? See none. Councillor Hughes, go ahead. Yep.
Just very quickly, I plan to bring forward a motion for the MDP to have it amended. This is not relevant to this, just there will be something coming forward. And the whole thing with the debt and the service thing, we have to separate the two. This is about whether or not their vision of what they brought forward aligns with the vision of what we'd like to see if development and servicing occurred, not whether or not we're going to fund the debt servicing. That's a different discussion for a different day. So I'm just looking forward to council's vote and I hope it does move forward.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes by majority with Councillor Jolly opposed. So now all rests with me in debating it at the MRB table. Okay, it's 5 o'clock. Supper just arrived. The next on our agenda is the Northeast Servicing Project. So we'll get to that around 5:30, 5:35. Let's make it. Except Are you with us?
I am.
Excellent. Sorry, I'm a bit late. The press wanted to talk about Edmonton Global, but I'm back. So we are on to, sorry about that. 8.1, which is the Northeast Servicing Project Update. And we have Donnie George. Is Donnie here?
Donnie is not here.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Fletcher, who's going to be speaking to us? You are, Adrian?
Actually, Mayor, I'll just introduce, I think you already informally met Mr. Betteridge earlier this afternoon, but yeah, just wanted to introduce Jordan to council. He is our manager of asset management, land and integrated infrastructure services, and I'll just turn it over to Jordan now.
Thanks, Adrian. How close do I need to be to this?
Not that, you're good.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Are we working here?
We all good?
Yeah, I'm making a hand here. Sorry, first time.
And we're short one member of council. Let the record show. I don't know.
Okay. Right. Yep. You should be able to. Yeah. Okay, just testing here. So, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks to Adrian, he introduced me. My name is Jordan Betteridge. I recently joined St. Albert as the manager of asset management, land and integrated infrastructure services about a month ago. So again, thrown right into here today. Unfortunately, Donnie isn't here to present, so I'm taking over for her. Today, we are going to be providing an update to the Northeast Servicing Project, which builds upon the October 8th SCAL meeting presentation. Next to me is Meredith Willesee, Senior Project Manager for this project, along with Paul Dedaluk. Sorry, hope I got that right. The design consultant from Associated Engineering. And online, we have the cross-functional team from utilities, planning, engineering, and finance. And together, we'll be hoping to support any with the answers to any questions you may have following this presentation. So I just wanted to highlight that although the original attention of today's Northeast report was to present a project charter and borrowing bylaw, this was changed to an information-only report as it quickly became apparent that administration required more time to complete a comprehensive analysis and a confident recommendation to be provided to council. So without further ado, the agenda for today includes a project update for the Northeast Servicing Project. The presentation will go through the background and history that led to the Northeast Servicing Project. And following this, the acronym for that is the NES project. It will do an overview of the project scope and then the current status of the design project since the October 8th update. We will then cover an overview of the steps needed that will be taken to advance the project to construction, including a comprehensive analysis. And then we'll conclude with questions and answers. As a reminder, council is not asked to make any decision today, and the report provides an update on the Northeast Servicing Project, and it serves to outline upcoming decision gates for council's consideration. The issue at hand is that development within the northern part of the city, some examples are Jensen Lakes and Erin Ridge North, they have utilized all the existing sanitary capacity in that area. It's anticipated that the stormwater capacity will also be fully utilized within the next 3 to 5 years. So to allow additional development to continue and be serviced sufficiently with the water, sanitary, and storm services, there is a need to extend new utility servicing to the north area of the city. The extension of the water, sanitary, and storm services are considered offsite leviable projects, and the need to construct the sanitary and storm components have been in discussion for over a decade. Just a little background. So in 2020, a non-binding tri-party memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the city and two significant developers was entered into as a result of the parties wishing to find solutions to the nearing sanitary capacity issues. As part of the MOU, developers front-ended the initial pre-design with the city as a major stakeholder. The concept design identified through that process was a potential siphon option for the sanitary servicing instead of a more traditional lift station and force main. The siphon concept was expected to have significant cost savings, both in capital and operating expenses, for the ultimate asset to be owned. So from that concept phase, it was decided that the city would take over the detailed design of the siphon design due to the non-standard nature of this option and to help manage various risks identified in the initial concept phase. Furthermore, the city is better suited to follow our mandated public procurement requirements if a decision is made in the future that the city front ends the construction phase of this project due to its large expense, as one single developer may not be able to solely afford it. So the capital project charter, Wastewater 21, named Northeast Servicing Project, was approved by council in 2022 with a budget of $2 million funded from the offsite levy recovery funds. It had no impact to taxes. This was considered phase one of the project, which included the design and the right-of-way acquisition. During this project, the initial stage of the design was to confirm the feasibility of the siphon design option. After extensive analysis, it was actually unfortunately proven to be non-feasible. So back to the drawing board, our consultant revisited the available options and landed back at the traditional option of the lift station force main as the design basis memorandum. And this was completed by Q3 of 2023. So from Q4 2023 on till now, the design has been progressing through the 30%, 60%, and the current 90% completion where we're at now. So just taking a step back to the MOU was considered aspirational and non-binding. However, one of the key understandings under the MOU was to have a mutually agreeable funding model negotiated in good faith with all the parties that would contribute towards the construction once the design was completed. As you can see by the image on the slide, to get construction to begin, we would need a project charter, which is identified in the green circle there, an acceptable cost sharing model with the developers, which is shown in the pink circle there, and then a borrowing bylaw to fund any of the approved city debt aspects shown in the blue here. Only once all three of these items were approved by council would construction begin, and that was the intent of the MOU. So now we'll have a closer look at the design scope completed to date and the current status in the upcoming slides. As was presented on October 8th, the Northeast Servicing Project scope ultimately developed into a project to bring sanitary, water, and stormwater services to the northeast part of the city, including lands within the latest annexed area. The sanitary portion also includes a lift station and a force main. We identified that so during the design phase, and even before then, we identified that there is synergy in aligning both the sanitary and storm services. It was identified during the concept studies completed prior years. Further efficiencies were found with construction of the water transmission main, which is going to be the future fill line for the proposed North Reservoir. So these three key utility services are being bundled together and brought forward as a business case for the Northeast Servicing. This slide again is identical to the one shown on October 8th, and the information hasn't really changed. Just to recap this, the offsite leviable portion now includes the installation of a trail maintenance path along Old Belrose Drive, the cost of that being less than 1% of the total estimated cost of the project charter. This maintenance access along Old Belrose Drive is needed by the city's utilities branch for maintenance and operation of the infrastructure that will be built, such as the manholes and the outfalls towards the river. Therefore, the trail scope is now included as part of the offsite levy scope within the utility package and addresses the intent of the 2023 council motion CM 2326. This trail scope does not include any additional amenities such as benches, garbage bins, or additional landscaping, as those would not be considered offsite leviable. As detailed design has progressed, the use of trenchless methods such as microtunneling and directional drilling was selected along Old Belrose Drive due to some of the soil stability issues that were uncovered. This results in a reduced impact to the existing gravel walkway than originally thought, while providing cost savings and meeting the needs for utilities. The cross-section of the current design of the trail is shown on the right on the screen. There are two additional non-offsite levy scope in consideration shown on this slide. The first is the installation of a fiber optic conduit along the same alignment as the utility lines for the future, along the same alignment for the utility lines, and the conduit would be for the future installation of the municipal fiber line. The municipal fiber line would be requested through a separate project charter, yet to be approved, and would be expected to be a municipal cost. The second non-offsite levy scope is the installation of the water service line along Belrose Drive and a sanitary service stub for future developable land who will benefit from the economies of scale and the cost savings bundling it with this project. This also helps prevent unnecessary future tear up of city roads by having these constructed in tandem as part of the Northeast Servicing Project. This cost would be recovered from the benefiting developer through a separate cost recovery agreement yet to be finalized. These maps were also discussed at the October 8th SCAL meeting. The two maps show the catchment areas for the sanitary project 2, which includes the lift station, gravity trunk, and force main. The map on the right has an overlay of the ASP approved, which is the red hatching for Jensen Lakes and Aaron Ridge North. And then also the latest ASP that you just deliberated on, the green hatching. And just to note that the green hatching may not be identical to the ASP, just because this was based on information of the offsite levy model, which was updated last year. The map on the left shows the sanitary servicing area, 1,013 gross hectares, shaded in yellow, that will be serviced by the Northeast Servicing Project. As you can see, this project services a significant portion of the city's undeveloped lands, and the bright blue line on the map represents the city's pre-annexation boundary. As part of the analysis of the risk benefit of proceeding with the Northeast Servicing, we have to look at the development potential over the next 25 years to ensure there is reasonable payback on any city debt funded portions that's decided to take out. The existing approved ASBs shown in red hatching, they have a remaining developable lands of approximately 140 hectares. Bringing on the green hatched area would bring forward approximately 190 hectares more. Ideally, if deciding to proceed with the servicing project, we would want to have the maximum approved ASBs in the catchment area to reduce the risk of non-development occurring and then the potential reliance on taxes for debt servicing in that situation. This again is showing the storm catchment area for Storm Project 5. Just as in the previous slide, both maps show the catchment, but the one on the right shows the overlay of the ASP approved, red hatched, and the ASP that was proposed in green hatched. The map on the left shows the storm servicing area, which is slightly different from sanitary. This one has 734 gross hectares, shaded in yellow, that will be serviced by the Northeast Servicing Project. As you can see, this project services a smaller area than the sanitary project, but is still a significant portion of the city's undeveloped lands. As in the previous slide, the bright blue line on the maps presents the pre-annexation boundary. So similar to the sanitary project, again, having the maximum developable area under ASP helps influence the return on investment in a reasonable timeframe. And compared to the sanitary catchment area, Storm only has approximately 68 hectares of developable land in the red hatched area left. Since the presentation to SCOW on October 8th, the project design has advanced to 90% completion, and the revised project cost estimate for phase 2, which is construction, is now at 74.1 million, including a 15% contingency. A breakdown of offsite levy and non-offsite levy costs and scope are outlined below, with the offsite levy portion of 71.1 million, equating to about 96% of the total cost. And then the non-offsite levy portion about 3 million, equating to about 4% of the total project cost. The borrowing amount would be 68.3 million plus the 25% borrowing contingency. If the city were to front end the whole amount, since as part of the offsite levy portion, there are suitable levy reserves in the water account to pay for the water scope. The utility right-of-way acquisition for the lift station is now complete. In October 2024, the developer SolarCrest provided the city with the location for the lift station through the dedication of a utility right-of-way, which will be transferred to the city as a public utility lot at no cost during future subdivision application. So just again, with the current status, there are a few pending design phase tasks left to complete under the phase 1 scope, which was the detailed design and land acquisition. So those are the completion of the utility right-of-way for utility lines. So there's a few more land acquisition items to be completed, which we're expecting completion by the end of this year. We are undergoing stakeholder review of the 90% design and any required amendments to the final design based off those comments, and then updating the corresponding cost estimate. So again, that's expected to be completed by the end of this year. Finalization of the 100% design, which is issued for tender ready. That's expected to be in early Q1 or at the end of the year, depending on how the others go. And then the completion of the cost recovery agreement for that non-offsite levy portion, that developer servicing stubs, that's expected to be completed in the Q1 of 2025 as well. Before we can proceed into construction, which is what we call phase 2 of this project, there are a few prerequisite tasks to complete, and this is part of the rationale for changing this to an information report. So first most, we need to complete the final remaining tasks of phase 1, the design and land scope. From there, we need to meet with the developers and negotiate a funding or cost sharing model for the construction aspects. As I understand, a lot of the discussion to date has been the city front-ending it all. But according to the MOU that was shared previously, part of that was to come up with some sort of cost sharing agreement with the developers as part of this. So we would be working with that and meeting with those developers. From there, we would be returning to council for decision on the project charter and the potential borrowing bylaw to fund any debt funded portions for the city. Just to provide some information on the cost estimate changes, as the design progressed from the concept phase through 60% and now on to 90% completion, the estimated costs have been refined at each stage to account for the clear scope that we understand of, the updated estimated quantities, and then the unit rates as well. The current estimate is now at 74.1 million, which includes a 15% contingency. One of the key influences on the cost estimates as we progressed through the design has been accommodating the challenging topography and ground conditions of the site and the surrounding areas. The current design that we have now does a good job at solving these site constraints, and more importantly, the design ensures serviceability to the surrounding developments. Working through the design process, the pipes and the wet well for the lift station had to be designed at a low enough depth to ensure that no lands were left sterilized due to not being serviceable. The lowering of the depth as we progress through the design phases attributed to the additional cost seen. So the intent of the MOU was to have 3 components identified here to come together to enable phase 2 construction. As you can see, the draft charter is ready to go with the latest revised cost estimate. The borrowing bylaw draft is also ready, except for the amount to borrow, which would be finalized based on any funding model considerations that we are able to negotiate with the developers. And that is the missing piece here, is that negotiated acceptable funding model and cost sharing agreement for the front ending contributions. So based on this, construction phase is not quite ready to be initiated. One of the key elements of the tri-party MOU signed in 2020 was to have a negotiated mutually agreed funding model where all parties would contribute to the cost, would contribute with a cost sharing agreement in place. Administration reached out to developers in September 2023 during the early design phase, requesting from developers what front-ending dollars could be contributed towards the financing of the servicing project. None of the developers were willing to commit anything at that time or provide any financial contribution. As the project design has reached 90%, we reached out again to ask developers what they may be able to contribute to the significant front ending required for this project. And we did outline that the cost estimates have gone quite high and it is becoming quite risky for the town, or sorry, city to fund the entirety alone. The developer who provided the sanitary lift station location, Solar Crest, was not within an area within a approved area structure plan, and they had no active development in place, so they were not in a position to make any financial contributions. One developer verbally offered to provide $500,000 in upfront financial contributions, which represents less than 1% of the overall project costs. And then the final developer did not respond to the city by the requested date. To continue negotiating with developers for front-ending contributions in good faith, administration will need direction from council as to the acceptable risk, tolerance, and willingness to use city debt funding capacity towards the overall project costs. And this will be part of the next steps of our comprehensive impact analysis. So based on current cost estimates and a high-level risk assessment for such a major capital investment such as this, administration requires additional time to complete a comprehensive analysis before a confident recommendation can be presented to council for phase 2 construction of the Northeast servicing. The analysis will review a number of key issues and explore available risk mitigation options. Firstly, we would be assessing the overall value of the investment to the city through a fiscal impact analysis. This would include understanding the initial investment, assessment revenue, debt servicing, offsite levies recoverable, development benefits, and operating costs. This analysis is dependent on knowing the potential funding sources other than debt, such as developer contributions or grants, and what steps would be required to secure those funds. Secondly, we would be reviewing the city's ability to pay those debt servicing costs without risks of servicing costs being borne by the taxpayers if development does not progress as planned. The city would be reliant on development levies to pay the debt servicing costs, but we need to explore the risk spectrums as well as extreme ends of risk exposure, wherein the development does not proceed as quickly as anticipated, and what are the outcomes. Deferred development pace could be a result of market demand, economic downturns, developer delays, or other factors outside of our control. Lastly, we will review the organizational impacts and the impact of the long-term capital project plans within the Northeast servicing. This includes impacts of the additional infrastructure and development on operations and maintenance, impact that additional growth may have on existing services, such as recreation or emergency services, and potential need to bring forward projects to maintain those services. And then the domino effect, where additional levy or tax funded capital projects will be required as development in the Northeast occurs, such as those transportation projects to accommodate access to those new development areas. So outside of the consequential impacts, the analysis will also weigh the benefits that this project would be bringing forward, including supporting housing growth, regaining capacity in our existing utility infrastructure, and easing demands on city services for ad hoc subdivision and utility capacity reviews in the planning, engineering, and utility branches. While analyzing what the city can afford to support this project, administration will continue to explore what third-party funding is available, including developer front-ending and grants. One notable grant shown on the screen is the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, which is meant to provide funds to accelerate new construction of housing, but it does come with strings attached. So we will be exploring this grant opportunity and others which may be applicable. Additionally, regardless of the project approval to construction phase, administration will explore if a hold on development through a time-limited land use bylaw amendment can be introduced until such time as 6 months after the signing of a construction contract for the servicing or an agreement with the developers for interim infrastructure that would be able to enable further development in the Northeast. Last slide. So subject to cost sharing negotiations with developers and the financial risk impact analysis, administration will be returning to council with a recommendation for this project. The project will require approval of the project charter and a debt-funded decision and corresponding borrowing bylaw before it can proceed to construction. The following is a proposed schedule. The schedule outlined to be ready for construction. The updated project charter for phase 2 to include construction completion will be ready for council presentation in Q1 of 2025. If council approves proceeding with construction through debt financing, after approval of the negotiated cost sharing funding agreement with developers, a borrowing bylaw will be presented in Q1 2025 with the anticipated full approval of funding in Q2 2025. Following the borrowing bylaw first reading, it's expected that the tendering can start in Q2 2025 as well, with the expected closure and award of the contract in Q2 2025 after the approval of the borrowing bylaw second and third reading. And then construction phase is expected to start near the end of 2025 in Q3, Q4, and may last about 2 years. So that concludes this presentation, again, as an information update, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. That was good. Couple quick questions. The Canadian Infrastructure Housing Grant that you mentioned. The fact that this project is essentially 96% offsite levy recoverable, would that preclude us from even applying for that grant? I assume that those grants are meant for municipalities that have no other way to fund things, but this is offsite levies, so I'm not sure how that would work.
Yeah, and I see Anne. Maybe I'll let her go first. There we go.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We're still in the early stage of assessing that grant program, so we're still getting new information. So that is a good question, Mayor Heron, that we will follow up on as part of the analysis.
Okay.
We're just in the preliminary stage.
All right, and no provincial grants that we know of.
There's the growth initiatives, right? But we believe that that's probably better applied to the west.
Oh yeah, and that wouldn't even come close to helping us with those small dollars. And one more quick question. It says that if a hold on development through or would require a time-limited land use bylaw amendment. Can you just talk about a land use bylaw amendment if on this one?
So in terms of what that would look like, it kind of depends on everything else that happens. And so it will be based on a legal recommendation. If we do recommend one, it would be time limited in the sense that it would have some sort of a sunset clause, if you've heard that term before. So it would like expire after a certain period of time. But we are still kind of exploring that. And there will be a full legal recommendation depending on all the other factors that are determined first.
Is this kind of along the lines of what we were talking about at committee of the whole, in that we want to prevent applications from coming in and taking up the time of the staff, which we, right now, we can't refuse. So is a land use bylaw amendment to maybe achieve that?
Well, certainly Marta can be, I think, you know, the applications ultimately can come in
Will
one
come
way
in
or the
anyway,
other.
okay.
At the end of the day, this is about managing growth during the 2-year construction time.
Oh, okay.
Right. And
Okay.
so it's really the ability to be able to bridge and to a safe moment and allow staff to kind of work it on a case by case basis for approvals across the board on that. So,
Okay.
you know, it's not a free for all, right? As soon as
Makes
council
sense.
approves the borrowing bylaw, I guess, right, is the bottom line.
Okay, perfect.
That certainly stand to be corrected here, but.
No, that's right.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Hughes.
Hey, just a couple questions. Are we aware of the local growth and sustainability grant from the province?
That's the one he was just talking.
That's what you're talking about?
We are, and we are working towards a request for that, but we're focusing it right now on Lakeview.
Because apparently the deadline is November 26th. So,
We will have an application in for the.
okay. Because apparently they built this just for us.
Well-
They did. They said,
And underfunded it.
well, they said it's 60 million over 3 years, but they built it specifically like with our conversation with the premier. This is
It's meant specifically for high growth communities, which of the high growth communities were not that high growth compared to some, but
Compared to some, but I think, you know, it's still based on our analysis, we believe.
We would
we've got
qualify.
we qualify. certainly.
Yeah,
so
for
we're sub-
something.
We're submitting an application for, but not for this project.
That's correct. We're focusing it on the west.
Okay, I understand. The other question I had was on, if you go back to your slide, go back one slide to slide 17. So your timeline. So we're gonna get, you say Q1, I'm thinking it's January at this moment. That's my world, and in my world, it's January that we're gonna get this coming back. So so is the intention that we'll be coming back? For now, it's January, so I have to change that notice, and then we're gonna do the first 3 things in that one meeting and then wait for the borrowing bylaw to come back after that with the 60 days, because we could actually do even the borrowing bylaw. I know it says Q1, Q2, but we could get everything done in Q1. So I'm just a little nervous about the fact that construction doesn't start for another year, really. And there is an urgency to see if we can make this happen faster. So is there an opportunity to tighten these timelines?
Thanks for the question. So as we've heard from some of the previous presenters, it does sound like developers are willing to contribute towards the front ending of this project. So one of the first steps we're going to have to take after this is to sit down with those developers and actually find out what they are willing to contribute towards the front ending. But at the same time, our finance department will be doing analysis to also determine what can the city actually afford on our end. So it's going to be trying to find a meeting of the minds. So that is going to be progressing over Q4 of this year. Once we have, I would say, a negotiated funding model in place, then we can come back and have a administrative recommendation and that project charter for approval. So there's a little bit of timing uncertainties depending on how long the analysis takes, and also getting the developers to the table and agreeable to something that works for both of us. So right now, those are our best guess estimates.
I would offer the other piece, Councillor, and you certainly spoke about it in your debate this morning, but earlier this afternoon.
Feels like this morning.
Ultimately is synchronizing it with the decision out of the EMRB and then the way forward as it relates to and so we'll do the analysis. We'll be able to sort of model it out as best we can. But you know, if EMRB comes back and with an approved ASP, that changes the calculus, right, in terms of your 25-year outlook and what gets developed, as opposed to if we don't have an existing plan. And so that's the other piece. I think there's some synchronization there as we look at, and that's due in the January timeframe.
Okay, so I guess you're telling me that the bottleneck, I remember your little three circles. The bottleneck is really just how the discussions end up with the development community and how quickly we can come to a resolution that would work for us. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I'd say that's one of the top issues that we're trying to resolve over the next few months. If you recall from the October 8th SCOW as well, we have been working with developers on trying to squeeze out as much interim or bridging capacity as we can to let their developments continue. We reached a point now where we have basically filled every little piece of the pipes, but there are other options where we've talked about developers building out their ultimate lift stations and providing additional storage capacity, which then could buy them several years of development that way. So depending on the conversations with the developers moving forward, if the servicing project looks like it's going to advance early, they may not want to invest in those measures. But ultimately, if it does take additional time to work out these details, they can continue to invest in their ultimate lift station to allow their development to continue going on for, I believe what was thrown out was 3 to 5 more years or something like that.
Okay, so if they said that they're going to go invest in their own lift station that could be expanded upon, or would that stop? Because I'm just looking at the timeline again of that, what you have is that Q3, Q4, and I'm not going to be optimistic at this moment, and I'm going to say maybe Q4 is difficult to do construction in the winter, right? This isn't news. So like then it's really, we're actually waiting to spring. So if they were to do their own, start it on their own, would that allow them to continue to develop or the timing?
Absolutely. So I think if they have confidence that the servicing project is moving forward, then they would be more willing to advance some of their interim measures if they wanted to be at the door with more development. The problem is if there's a standstill on the actual servicing project, they may not be willing to build an entire lift station to only buy them 3 more years or 5 more years. They may not think that's a safe investment for them. So there are options, and it really is going to be coming to light as we sit down with the developers and they can open their checkbooks and give us a number of what they're willing to contribute. And we will be coming back to council and you will be deciding if you think that's fair. And then from there, I think we have to take a step by step, and that's the first step.
I don't really know if this is a question per se, or I'm assuming that we haven't showed our final designs to the development community yet. Are we intending to have those discussions with them? Because if they're helping to pay for it, they're probably going to want to look at it and say, yeah, we're totally on board.
Yeah, every stage of the design has been shared with the developers, including the 90% stage we're at now. It's been shared out.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wondering how you prepare to go into negotiations on the pink circle without any guidance from council. Do you need guidance from council or not?
I think it would be useful to know if you have any red lines, and I would submit that I would rather do that in camera than publicly.
You're good?
Sooner than later, Mr. Fletcher, or?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, we can certainly, yes, we'll program it.
Okay.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. I don't remember which page it was on, but it was mentioned the depth of installation of certain pipes costs more in certain areas. Can you just give me more clarification on that and which areas, and if they're in one area or several areas?
I'm going to be passing this over to the senior project manager, Meredith, who knows the design more inside and out than I do.
Thank you. So in response to your question, the depth of the sanitary portion is probably the one that's varying as we go through. The gravity portion is staying fairly normal depths. When we hit into the micro channeling and the drenchless methodology, those ones are gonna change, especially going underneath the river. Because we need to make sure we're not gonna, what's called fracking out, where you have your drilling fluid that would actually migrate to the surface, and that becomes an environmental issue. So, it kind of varies depending on where you are in the project.
So it's not on specific lands, then it's more closer to river is what you're telling me?
Yeah, the river definitely has the depth because we have to go under at a certain depth to make sure we heat the soil conditions. Maybe I'll let it, Paul, if you gotta add some additional information.
So in regards to the depth, as Meredith said, the sanitary for a large portion is has to do with gravity as well as the storm system.
Mhm.
So as we're going down, flowing towards the river, I'll use the storm right as an example. Because the topography of the ground, so Belrose Drive, for instance, is at a bit of a lower elevation, so we do have to be underground under the roadway there. And then based on the road that was selected as it goes down Old Belrose Drive, the ground itself actually begins to climb, and there's a deceiving hill when you walk it that comes up and down. But as our line, which is at minimum cover below the roadway of Belrose Drive, as it goes through Old Belrose Drive, it gets down 8 meters below the surface just because of that hill, and we're maintaining that gravity feed all the way down to the river. So there's areas that Jordan had alluded to with the topography that we have to play with. Same with as we come down Coal Mine Road, which is quite a bit of grade. We do have to have some steps going all the way down. And then placing it at the very bottom of the hill where the lift station is. We've lowered the lift station and the wet well, so where all the pipes are coming into, to collect from all the surrounding locations. So as Jordan said, we're not kind of designing for right now, but for the future. So everyone would have the opportunity to tie in within that area. So that elevation is lower at that location. And then from there, we are able to put it across the river. So based on those, I'd say those are kind of the high main constraints of where it really drops down. The last would be on the south side over by Sir Winston Churchill. We have our line come up to minimum cover. And then because it's such a long stretch from the location where the force main discharges to the Arrow utility pump station or the St. Albert pump station, that using that gravity line again, it just starts getting deeper and deeper until you get to the very end. And then at those points, most of these tying points, we want to be tying in kind of at that same elevation, so that you don't, as bizarre as this is, you don't have the splashing of these fluids creating odor issues. So we're trying to keep all of that with less turbulent flows.
Okay, and do you know the percentage increase the problem areas have caused, or not at all yet?
Are you asking in regard to costs?
Yes.
Okay.
Increase.
So yeah, so as you go down, and Paul can add more information if he wants, as the deeper you go down with any type of pipe, sanitary, stormwater, it becomes sort of an exponential cost increase. It's not, you go down a meter, it's just, one times. Yeah. It just becomes more and more expensive because the deeper you go down, you have the soil pressure around it. We've got some pipe that we're trying to make sure doesn't float, which seems really weird because it's underground, but you've got the groundwater, which kind of plays into that. The lift station, to accommodate and make sure we're not sterilizing the lands around it, has to go slightly deeper than we had originally planned. And then your structural costs then increase up because your walls need to be thicker to handle that soil pressure.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Jolly, you're good? Okay. No more questions? Oh, Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just looking at this chart here, so you went from 60-degree percentage completion to 90, and it went up $5 million. What's the annual, like, as you extrapolate into the future, what's your rate of inflation that you tack on to the cost?
Good question.
We go. Yeah, I'll start and then I could pass around. It's a very difficult thing to forecast the inflation, especially in regards to construction, because construction doesn't seem to follow the same inflation rates that you see with CPI, which is more consumer goods. Historically, Edmonton would be publishing their construction price index, which was a nice gauge, but that seems to have stopped. Recently, we have been just seeing construction pricing go haywire since COVID. So it's pretty, even the unit rates we've been using for our estimates, they can be out of date in as early as 1 or 2 years, just due to either supply chain shortages or et cetera, causing very specific sectors to inflate much higher than maybe the aggregate construction industry. So it's very tough to estimate that. But yeah, in the past few years, we've been seeing construction inflation far surpass that of consumer price index. So maybe I will pass it on to Paul if you have anything else to add. Okay.
Perhaps it's an unfair question. I guess we could say that if we wait too much longer, it's just going to get more expensive as we wait. Correct?
I would agree with that.
All right, thank you.
All right. I'm seeing no more questions. So there's no motion. This is just for information. And agenda planning will kind of determine the Q1s of, yeah.
Yes, Mayor, that's right.
I think it might be helpful, maybe in the new year early on, just to give us a memo even on progress. Because although Councillor Hughes said January, I'm not sure it's going to be January.
No,
So just let it
absolutely.
keep it
And I
as-
think the other item, again, agenda planning gets sorted out would just be perhaps scheduling of an in-camera item just to discuss council's risk tolerance ultimately.
Absolutely, for sure. Yeah, especially when you get some of the numbers and predictions done, which is not easy to do. Yeah. Okay. Council, I want to recognize that we skipped ahead and reordered today, so we did not do business arising from the presentations, delegations, and announcements. So is there any questions related to either Mr. Harvey's presentation or Mr. Hassan's presentations? Okay. There's always opportunities to, if there's questions that arise in the future, but I'm going to go on to 10.2, which is Councillor Hughes' motion for an annual fire service report. I'll get you to read it in, Councillor Hughes.
That beginning in 2025, administration present to council an annual fire service report similar to the applicable areas in the Spruce Grove Annual Protective Services Report.
Okay, before I accept that, any questions? Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, just really quickly. So just in reading the backgrounder, it looks like we're kind of already going to be doing this. Did I read that right?
That is correct. That I think that fact was unknown when the motion was made, obviously, but the intent is to provide departmental level annual reports in Q1 of each year, starting in 2025, which would encompass, I think, ultimately what would include fire. So right now the concept would be an emergency services report that would encompass municipal enforcement, fire, and emergency management.
Okay, thank you. So I guess a vote in favor there, if this passes, it kind of doesn't change anything. Is that?
I would just, ask for clarification on format if you want a standalone fire report or if you're comfortable with that departmental report with those three components, understanding that the data contained therein is the critical component of it.
Okay, so I guess my question to Councillor Hughes is kind of, is the intent just to do the department level one that has all the detail in it, or are you looking for a separate one?
I'm not fussy about how we organize the pages per se. I just want to make sure that this particular area is, first of all, recognized not just under a general scope of like something, everything's under rec. It's like everything's under protective services. So we want to make sure that it has its own proper acknowledgement. And the second part of this is about how it's similar to the Spruce Grove Annual Services Report, so that we get just a little bit more depth and just so they have clarity of expectations of what we looking for in the final product. So I've asked for service place annual reports and they've been half a page. So I'm just trying to give some clarity so that we don't come back and say, this isn't what I was thinking. But I'm not at all trying to prescribe every single element. I guess I'm doing a debate right now. I'm just trying to give an idea of the opportunity of what we've seen that we think is quality and that use that as a model.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
I see no more questions, Councillor Hughes, so I'll accept your motion.
I think I just said it all.
Anything
So,
else?
yeah, I appreciate the fact that administration is moving forward and doing annual reports. And thank you, Mr. Fletcher, for your leadership to make sure that happens. And this is just to confirm that we will be getting it and to also confirm the type of report that we're looking for so that we have clarity for the end result. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else on debate? Call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. Information requests, notice of motions and announcements. I think Councillor Hughes, you made some changes, so go ahead.
Give me a second here. It went really, really fast. And I'm just like, nope, that's not it. I saved it. I flagged it. I did everything. Okay. That by Q2 2026, administration draft or amend a council policy for council's approval related to the city's position on front ending of costs of development, outline the circumstances under which the city will consider front ending costs of development, and that administration explore solutions to enable and encourage developers to help with front ending costs of development, including researching what has been done in other municipalities in Alberta, and present recommendations to council by Q2 of 2026.
Okay, is there any other notices of motion, IRs or announcements? Go ahead.
Couple of quick announcements.
that the
First,
award?
I'd like to show that the St. Albert Botanic Park won the Alberta Rec and Parks Award of Excellence for all of their volunteer work. This was awarded a couple of weeks ago, but it was kept secret and was announced at their Saturday AGM, much to the surprise of the 40 or so volunteers that were in attendance. So the Botanic Park is all volunteers, as we all know, and is a charitable foundation. And it was up against some very large municipal projects that were funded through taxpayer dollars and consultants work. So it was nice to see that our Botanic Park volunteers that go out there and pull the weeds and cut the grass actually won the award, as opposed to some of the bigger municipal corporation type projects. So that was very nice to see, and a nice joint press release was also issued. So congratulations to the Botanic Park volunteers.
That's awesome.
Second one was that I had the privilege to attend the No Stone Left Alone yesterday ceremony. It's totally run by the WD Cuts students, and with strong support from Mr. Bob Fagan of the Legion. There were over 400 students in attendance, and it was an absolutely emotionally moving event to see the students not only put poppies on the gravestones, but to stand behind them and stand there and read the member's name on the tombstone. That to me is really what No Stone Left Alone means, is when those students stand there for half an hour, 45 minutes. It is something that is truly moving, and should be absolutely recognized. The great work that the students do at WD Cuts, obviously supported by their teachers and principal, but it is a fully run by the students. I'd also just like to mention too that we at the city here are very privileged to have Mr. Bill Fletcher on the board of No Stone Left Alone, in case anybody didn't know that. And then on a somewhat lighter note, just like to mention that the Belrose Bulldogs won the Edmonton Metro High School Football Championship on November 2nd at Commonwealth Stadium. So we now have St. Albert bragging rights over the team in Beaumont. Which is not often that we can say that, but this was actually second year in a row that the Belrose Bulldogs won, so that was great news.
All right. Anyone else? Counselor Hughes?
I don't have the exact wording. I'm going to be sending it to you once I finish walking with Ledge, and they'll be sending me, make it sound way more intelligent. But I'm going to be putting forward a motion that the MDP is amended to define priority areas, areas for growth, and future areas of growth that will provide clarity so that we understand that growth is permitted and exactly, we won't have any confusion going forward. And I'm asking for it to come by Q1 in 2025 if possible. But I will just let you know that's the gist of it. The exact wording will come, and I will sound incredibly intelligent in a few minutes from now. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? We're good? Okay. I need a motion to go in camera for a dialogue with the CAO. Go ahead, Wes.
Council moving camera to have a confidential dialogue with the city administrative officer pursuant to section 24(1)A of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Perfect. Call for the vote. Voting is closed and that motion passes unanimously. And just for the public who may or may not be watching, we did a quick poll of council and no one wanted to do committee of the whole. So Marta, we need to adjourn that committee. So
you can just announce that you're recessing it to November 25th because it's all part of the same meeting and the
Okay.
rules are relaxed.
Okay.
And we've already updated the website. So it's more formality, but please go ahead and announce for the public.
Okay, so the next budget meeting will not be today, it will be November 22nd, you said, so we're recessing till then.
25th.
25th, sorry. Okay, thanks. Okay, people are reading. Do you want me to take over as the Zoom person?